Hello, my name is Creostix, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Although in this case, I'm indeed going with the first game so far, and we're starting with episode 3. Like this save is what happened last time around, so we're starting from the very beginning of the case 3. So that should be a simple thing to at least that's how I understand how these things go. Grah, you have disgraced me for the last time, samurai. The pale moon in the skies cries your blood. The moon? No, it is you who should gaze upon the moon, for it will be the last moon you'll ever see. See you in hell, evil magistrate. Grah! The warrior's sword is the gleam striking the moonglow. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't miss next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns. Cool beans. Yes. October 14th, 5:31 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. That rocked. See you in hell, evil magistrate. Whoa, stop waving that broom around. Oh, Nick, I didn't know you were here. Of course I'm here. What was that surreal show you were watching? What? Nick, you mean you don't know the Steel Samurai? He's only the most popular TV hero for young people. Young? Like, how young? I'm 10 years old? Then what the heck are you doing getting all excited? Hey, I'm only 17. That's 17, see? I'm a teen, not like you, Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. Then watch it with me. He's really cool, and it's really popular. When they asked grade school kids what they want to be, Steel Samurai was #1. I really worry about kids these days. Gramps. Well, the Steel Samurai is over. I guess it's time to close up the office. I guess. Wish we had some clients. A month has passed since my trial. Mia's murder was the talk of the town for some time, but no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. How am I going to pay the rent this month? It'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. October 16th, 8:14 a.m. Phoenix Wright's bedroom. Hello? This is Phoenix. Nick! Maya, what? It's still early. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai's got arrested. Huh? You mean the guy on that show? Yes! They're saying that the Steel Samurai killed a villain. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Yeah, on TV. Yeah, on TV. No, I mean he actually did it in real life. He skewered a villain with his samurai spear. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Just come to the office, quick, please, Nick. October 16th, 9:22 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya's here watching television. Now for the morning news. The actor Will Powers was arrested yesterday. Powers plays a lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays the villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate costume. The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further. Huh. This has to be a joke. No, it's a nightmare. The Steel Samurai is over. The world is over. Yes, Wright & Co. Law Offices. What? Nick! It's the Steel Samurai! What? Yes, of course. Well, we'll be right there. Let's go, Nick. Go where? They have the Steel Samurai down in detention. So what? So I've decided this will be our first case. Well, what to do? Well, what should we do? What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? We have to get down to the detention center and meet the Steel Samurai. Does she want to investigate this case or just some sightseeing, I wonder? My money's on sightseeing. Any ideas? We don't have enough information to make a case yet. Just admit it, you don't have a clue what happened. No, we just don't have enough information. Cool. I'll check the offices for a hot second for lore purposes, because lore is important in this game. It's interesting, and the writing is pretty good. Mia's favorite potted plant. Maya has been watering it so much lately it looks a little swollen. She's either trying to make it grow or she's perfecting her water torture technique. It's a nice day outside. The hotel across the way is always full these days. There's the bellboy happily cleaning the room. A poster of an old movie that Mia liked. I was thinking I should go see it myself, then I realized that the poster doesn't actually say the title of the movie. There's a horrendous amount of legal books here. Scarier still is the thought that I have to read all of these now. Mia's desk. Actually, it's my desk now. Sitting here always makes me feel like a professional. Cool. There we are. We have details. So, do I have anything else above? No, I have only my attorney's badge. Cool. Let's roll. So, detention center. Here we go. October 16th, detention center visitors room. Whoa. Big boy. Barely fits the screen. What's wrong, Maya? It's him in the flesh. Is that guy really him? What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Will Powers, our client, that's him. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he definitely did it. Murder. At least once. Maybe twice. Whoa. What are you saying? Yes? Something wrong? No. This is getting off to a great start. I know. You're disappointed, aren't you? Disappointed? Oh no. No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of the Steel Samurai with that mask, I decided I would never show my face in public until the job was over. It's the kids, you know. I didn't want to wreck their dreams. Oh. I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they think of the Steel Samurai now. Wow. Nick. What? He's a good guy. I mean, he's good. Yeah. He didn't do it. Here we go. So. Also, why do you have the picture of a pipe in your tracksuit? No. What happened? Maybe you could start by telling us what happened. Yes, of course. It seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through. We went through a few action sequences at 10 that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, but when 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, the evil magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set. How? Well, they took off his mask and discovered that it was Jack Hammer, dead. He had been expertly skewered with a samurai spear. The samurai spear? Yes, it's a long spear that I, the Steel Samurai, uses as a weapon. Cool. How about, the Steel Samurai? Maybe you could explain to me just what the Steel Samurai is. Nick, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my partner. He's new to this and a bit out of touch with the world. Hey, who's new to this? No, it's alright, really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the streets of Neo-Old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time. Wow. I see. Neo-Old Tokyo. Who comes up with these names? Powers' alibi. Now, where were you on the day of the murder? Well, that morning I came to the studio at 9. We worked through some action scenes until noon. Rehearsal was to begin at 5, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here. So he was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder. Some action hero. What will the kids think? I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder. Right, Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. Wow, Nick, let's go! I'm willing to bet $10 she asked for autographs. Cool. And I don't have anything else to show, so let's go. I suppose. Yeah. Move to the studios. Roll. October 16th, Global Studios main gate. Wow, so this is where they make the Steel Samurai show? Awesome, aren't you excited? Hey, you there! You want in, you gotta go through me. Oh, sorry. We're lawyers. Oh yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure that gawkers like you stay out. Gawkers? Gawkers, sightseers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around. Use today, something horrible happens and stuff. Text. Words. Stop. Nick? Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no. I don't know, it's possible. Hi, Wendy Oldbag. Yes, she's a divisive character for sure. Listen when you're being spoken to, youths today. Right. Cool beanios. So, the studios. So, what do you do here at the studios? At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days... No, you were a star? Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie. Oh, wow. This place has really gone downhill, you know. But 10 years ago, now that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then too, he was. Hammer. The victim, dummy. The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now, not exactly the best material to work with. Right. Will Powers. Can you tell me about Mr. Will Powers? He's not a bad kid, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought that the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jack Hammer. We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty. Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything, that's my job. Right, and Mr. Hammer? What kind of person was Jack Hammer? What kind of person? Oh, if you only knew. Jack Hammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. He was simply dashing in the Dynamite Samurai series. Should I have heard of that? But there was an accident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that. reduced to playing the villain on a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. Right. And reason for suspicion. Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer? I was standing right here yesterday, I was. I was here from 1 in the afternoon to 5 when they found the body. Now the studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 and 2:30 when the murder took place. And that person was Mr. Powers. Yes, I saw him. But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room. Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer, you can bet your biscuits on it. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along. Actually, we're here at Mr. Powers' request. I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request. Maybe I'll just let you in. This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously. Cool, so back to talking with Mr. Powers. Hello, how's the studio? They all think I did it, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick? Right, not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. Cool. So I want a security lady. About the security guard at the main gate at the studio. Oh, the security lady. She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Yes, actually she said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask were her words, I believe. She sucks up all the bigwigs. She sucks up all of the bigwigs at the studio. But let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. Grr, she's got some nerve. Do you think you could write up a letter formally requesting my representation? Oh, of course. Powers' request. Document proving Will Powers' request for an attorney. Cool. I just hope this will get me past that security lady. Right. And your alibi again. Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No, I'd never do that. Earlier you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch. Yes, like a baby. But the security lady says she saw you that day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. What? That's impossible. I really don't know what to say. I was sleeping, I promise. Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business and I need every advantage I can get. I know. I'm sorry. But I swear to you on my mama's grave I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me. What did she see? He doesn't seem to be lying. Cool. Back to Oldbag. Oldbag, hi, listen, take this. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl. Powers' request given to the security lady. To think he would entrust his fate to youths of such unreliable appearance. Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass. But only left from here, towards the studios. No going to the right, that's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. You say pal, that probably means the good detective told me himself. Hey, Nick. Huh? There were maps in the security guard station. Hey, not bad. Those are 50 cents apiece, thank you. Well, time to go, Nick. 50 cents! Guide map to Global Studios. Yeah. Cool. So, basically, we are... Interesting. Right. Okay, good. Let's examine just a bit around here. Looks like a studio van. They probably used it to carry around film equipment. The main entrance to the studio. There was a big scene here yesterday with onlookers pressing up against the gate. An overhead map of the studios. Right from here is the employee area. To the left are the actual film studios. The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Hey, no touching!
Cool. I believe that's everything I can look at. Cool. Let's move. Move to outside Studio 1. October 16th, Studio 1 entrance. Hey, aren't you that murderer from the other day?
Ah, it's that confused detective.
Hey pal, you know how Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. So?
Hey, if he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing so sloppy detective work.
Aww.
Detective?
I think you hurt his feelings.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt. You're right, pal, it's all my fault. I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart.
Hey, don't take it so hard, there's always the next case.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here?
Well, we're on this case too, pal.
Huh? Hey, you can't just go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait.
I'd say he's a character, alright.
So, the investigation. So how is your investigation going, detective? Well, it's, hey, I can't tell you that, pal.
Nick, maybe you need to do a little more indirect with your questions.
Right, so, detective, mind if I take a look at what you got? What I got? The autopsy report, the latest version, if you please. Right. Sorry about what happened last time, pal. Time of death 10:15 at 2:30 p.m. Cause pierced through the chest by a spear. Cool. Reason for arrest. Why was Mr. Powers arrested? Simple, pal. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now, the victim entered the Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. At that time, there was no one other than the victim in the studio. According to the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30. And that person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate.
Nick, if that's true, anyone would think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence.
Thanks for cheering me up. Cool. The security lady. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady. What a charmer. Huh? Are we talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee.
Remember what Powers said, she's a sucker for authority.
She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence.
What?
Well, decisive evidence. What kind of evidence? Well, that photo. The photo of the Steel Samurai heading towards the scene of the crime.
What? Who took that?
See the camera up on that gate, pal.
The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign?
Yeah, whenever someone walks by, the camera automatically snaps a photo of them.
Oh no! Nick, he has evidence! We're finished!
Funny, for someone with hard proof, he doesn't look too happy. What's wrong, pal? You seem down. Don't look so happy when you say that. Ho 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 ho.
We'd like to ask the employees here some questions.
Sure thing, pal. Go wherever you like. Of course, you're not going to find any clues I haven't already found. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad someone's around here seems to be enjoying themselves.
Nick, let's go. We got a free pass to the place. Now's our chance to check things out.
Right. Quick check here. The studio mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind. But what kind of monkey has his nose like that? He's holding a sign on his hand. Right to Studio 1, left to Studio 2.
What's up with that thing? It looks kind of busted.
Oh, the wind was pretty strong yesterday and the head broke off. It took that tree down with it too. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, what's down to the path on the left? It looks like a tree fell down over the path. Oh yeah, that way is kind of dangerous. You should stay out, pal. There's nothing down there anyway. That's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. They don't use it now, though. Okay. I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest here. Hey, good idea, pal.
Detective, aren't you on the case?
Well, yeah, but... Hey, as detectives get tired of standing around too, pal. Hey, there's a camera here. That's a security camera. It takes photos of people going to the studio. All you have to do is look at the data and you can see who went where. There's a number plate on the camera. ST1307. I keep forgetting the pitch for each person. That must be the camera ID number. Cool. Let's see here. I think I might... Oh. The entrance is the Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Hey, it's locked.
Looks like you need a card key to get in. It makes sense that they would want to keep the non-employees out. Right. Gumshoe, you wouldn't happen to... No? Okay. So... do you want to see... He wouldn't. Okay. Interesting. I do remember having some, well, some problems every once in a while with, knowing where to go. We'll see, we'll see. So that's that.
Nick, look! That security lady's in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts. I guess all cops like their donuts.
Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need teeth to chew them.
Hey, you! Well, are you satisfied Powers is guilty yet?
She had to make my life harder by giving that photo to Detective Gumshoe. Photographic proof. Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am?
Oh, that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. These things are important, you know. Oh, just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took that photo. It's my job to check the photos every day, you see.
Right. Reason for suspicion.
This guard station is in a central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now poor Hammer, he went to the studio just before 1. The murder happened right around 2:30, see? The only one I'd seen go through here between 1 and 2:30 was Powers himself. The security camera got a good look at him too. If he's not the one what did it, I don't know who is.
Maybe it was you?
Yeah, haha, good one, Sonny.
She thinks I was joking. Okay, Mr. Hammer. Was the victim Mr. Hammer a popular actor?
Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio.
Was? Past tense?
Oh yes, he was great as the bearded samurai. That too, yes. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate, it's a disgrace, I tell you. Hammer took it pretty hard, and who can blame him?
Okay, automatic camera. About the security camera.
Oh yes, the camera. It's automatic, it can tell when someone walks through that gate, see? Then it snaps a photo. Apparently it records the time when it takes a picture too. but I don't bother myself with those details. I just view all the photos on the computer over in the security guard station. I check him every day before going home, I do.
Right. You wouldn't want to see any of this stuff.
What's that? You giving that to me?
Absolutely not. Okay. Okay, so moving back to... Ooh, employee area. October 16th, Global Studios employee area.
Nick, this is where they do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hey, look, there's Powers' dressing room. No one's here this soon after the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around.
Let's see. A window into the dressing room. The glass is frosted so I can't see inside. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh, it's so normal. I was expecting some cool themed snacks or something. Popcorn, at least.
Wait, look, samurai soda. Nick, try this.
Ladies first. The door to the dressing room. It's not locked.
Hey, Nick, let's take a look inside. Maybe we can find something as a souvenir.
What do you mean, find?
You never know, there might be something like the samurai spear.
We don't need a spear. And that's the murder weapon, for crying out loud. Right. There's a sign by the dressing room door. Will Powers, it must be neat to be the star and have your own room like this. Cool. The remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone was probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates, minus the steak.
T-bone steak, that would have hit the spot.
You just had a burger.
Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks.
What? Right. Okay. That must be the storage room. That's where they keep all the film equipment.
Wow, Nick, you know a lot about the industry.
What else would they keep in a film studio? That is a fair question. There's a half-finished backdrop for a stage here. It looks like a castle. Probably Neo Old Tokyo Castle. Looks like one of those electric-powered bicycles. I don't know about these. I mean, what's the point?
It makes it a lot easier to go up hills.
Don't people cycle to get exercise? Fair point. The grate that used to cover the drain. It's a little bent. I don't think it would fit if I tried to put it back on. The metal grate on the drain here has been taken off. That's a pretty big drain. A kid could fit through there, I bet.
Yeah, if you snuck in that way, you wouldn't have to pay at the gate.
Well, if you want to leave that way, be my guest.
Right.
Huh?
Hey, I'm not a kid.
Well, 17. Close. No clues here.
Aw, but there's a ladder and everything. It would be interesting to see, to look at it.
I think I've checked everything that's checkable in this spot. At least it sure seems so. Okay. So, I assume I move into the dressing room? Yes. October 16th, Global Studios dressing room. Powers' dressing room. So this is where he was sleeping. Or at least this is where he claims he was sleeping.
No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they?
Right, and there's the picture of him near the crime scene. I hope he's telling the truth, for his sake. Okay. There's some regular suits in among the costumes here. Those must be his own clothes.
It'd be fun to wear one of the costumes.
I'd say you were already wearing one myself. It's locked. Looks like he doesn't open his window much. I guess it is kind of dusty outside. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. There we are. There's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees. Some tea and cookies.
Nick, I'm hungry.
You just had a burger. Maya, come on.
Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets.
How many stomachs does this girl have? Jesus.
This must be Powers' bag.
Hey, don't open that.
Look!
An employee card key. That must be Powers'. It says Studio 1.
Let's take it, Nick.
Borrow it, you mean. Borrow. Card key for studio employees grants entry into Studio 1.
I wonder what else is inside Powers' bag.
Stop that. My partner, the thief in training. I mean, I had to check until I get the checkbox, right? So, you know. There's a vast array of cosmetics here.
Ooh, this is the wig he used in Samurai Boogie Woogie.
Oh, God.
Nick, try this on.
No. And how can you tell the name of a show just by looking at a wig?
I am kinda like samurai movies.
Kinda. Yeah, I think she might be a fan, yes. They always have mirrors in these dressing rooms. I see my hair is still nice and spiky, just how I like it. Well, good for you. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what we have to deal with. Oh, move, please. Okay, I've checked everything in this room, it seems at least. Okay. So, time to... Haven't really found a lot of stuff yet. Let's see. I wonder if I can use the entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick.
I wonder if this card key we borrowed from the dressing room will work. Haha! It opened.
Alright, we're in.
She's way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene.
Yay, don't mind us. We're just gonna go.
October 16th, Studio 1. What is it? You're real quiet all of a sudden.
Doesn't it give you the shivers, Nick? That white tape, it's so real.
I mean, it is, but there is also the fact that just a month ago you literally saw the Mia, the actual, body. I mean, this has got to be not that bad. Well, the evil magistrate did die here, and the steel samurai killed him. The murder weapon was the samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. That is a fair enough thing, yes. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference?
You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry, this girl is out there. Let's see here. Camera?
Wow, look at that camera. That must cost a ton.
Yeah, so don't touch it.
Whoa, it's heavier than thought.
Hey, you, no touching that.
Hi.
I'm sorry, my partner's kind of, you know.
You know? No, I don't know.
Who are you?
Who, me? I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc. We're lawyers representing Mr. Will Powers.
I can't do, like, two lady voices, or I can't do voices, period. That's the problem. Let's go through this with gusto and yes.
Oh, you're WP's people. WP? Oh, Will Powers, WP, I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do what you can for WP, okay? He'd never hurt a fly, he has to be innocent. Don't worry, leave it to us.
Cool. First, examine everything, then have a talk. Just in case.
Wow, look at that camera, that must cost a ton.
Yeah, so don't touch it.
Whoa, it's heavier than I thought.
Oh, she does that again. Oh, okay. It looks like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Still Samurai show.
Of course, that's the mountain, Neo Fujiyama.
Sure. Doesn't the Still Samurai take place in Old Tokyo? Can you even see Mount Fuji from there?
Not Old Tokyo, Nick, Neo Old Tokyo.
Oh, right. Sure. They outlined where Jackhammer's body lay with the tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate costume. I guess that's why the head part looks like a helmet. Funny, I expected a spear stabbing would leave at least a few bloodstains. I guess the costume must have absorbed most of it. Fair point.
Hey, look, that's the chair the director sits in. I've always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone. A real, live megaphone.
Ready Nick, action! This girl is more troubled than I thought.
What's this?
That's for reflecting light. They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. The assistant holds it during filming.
Huh.
What? Where's your enthusiasm for all this entertainment?
Well, lighting is fine, but I want to be the director, or maybe the Steel Samurai.
I think she's being serious. Right. Okay, I think I've checked everything now, so I can now have the talk with the lady. The day of the crime. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder?
Yes, I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see. Only one assistant? Yes, well, the studio isn't doing so well right now, and yesterday was only rehearsal for our action sequences. Oh, I see. In the morning we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there along with everyone else.
The employee area, that's where Powers' dressing room is, right?
Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to the Studio 1. Then I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that.
Okay. Will Powers. Did you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room?
No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private... What kind of a girl do you think I am?
What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. Sorry. So much for getting a confirmation of Powers' alibi. Fair point.
What do we do, Nick? We haven't found anything. If WP was the only one who came to the studio, then he has to be the killer. They even have a photograph. Sorry, I know you're busy.
Not really.
Actually, there's been something bothering me. Aha! That's what I'm talking about. A clue. A lead. Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just afternoon, I sensed someone was here.
You sensed?
Yes, several times.
Some other studio employees, maybe?
No, I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run-through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from outside.
Really?
But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry I don't have any better information than that. No, thanks, that helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put that security lady on the spot.
Before we do, sensing someone, can you walk me through that a bit? So you sensed that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio?
Yes, I think.
I think doesn't cut it in a witness testimony.
Nick, what about that security lady? If someone else came into the studio, she must have seen them. Well, let's go ask her, sure, but...
October 16th, Global Studios, main gate.
What? You're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost.
Assistants claim.
What? I saw that suspicious look on your face.
I wanted to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times?
Sure as can be. But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day. What? Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time? Ma'am? Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? Alright, you better tell me and tell me quick, you spiky-haired cretin. Someone's been complaining about the work I do, huh?
We were just talking to the assistant in Studio 1.
Her! She's not even a full-time employee. All you young'uns are dead.
Lady, come. Whoa. Well, she left.
Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we can without her looking over our shoulders.
Right, so check the computer. The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Nick, maybe we can see the photo of Powers with this computer.
My thoughts exactly, yes, maybe. Should I try the computer?
Yes.
Okay, let's give it a try.
You know how to work these things, Nick.
Looks like I just have to enter in a few numbers. Let's see, first I need the date of the murder. It looks like the camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. 1 p.m. That was when the security lady arrived at the guard station. Please enter the number of the security camera. Oh boy, what was the number again? I don't remember at all. Let's say SD1307. There, entered.
Hey, it printed out the data for that day.
Let's see what we got. Huh. How is this a picture of Will Powers? Well, he is the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady thought it was him.
I don't imagine that the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Something's printed on the back.
Huh? October 15th, 2 p.m. photo number 2.
What does that mean?
Maybe there's more photo data from that day.
Nope, that's the only one in the computer.
Taken at the gate. Powers' photo taken at the gate between the entrance and the studios, October 15th, 2 p.m. photo number 2.
Hey, Nick. Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial?
Yeah.
We'll put that security lady in her place with this.
Right, we'll put her in her place.
Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says.
Wait, let's not.
Why not?
It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon.
Nick, you're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why, you could be the next evil magistrate.
Hey, why do I have to be the villain?
Relax, it was just a joke, so are we done for today?
I think this photo is what we need for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea who the real killer was. Maybe it really is that security lady.
Yay! Progress!
Save your progress up to this point? Oh, damn sure. Let's roll. October 18th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. The prosecution will show the court that 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio 1 of Global Studios. It is impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime. The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact. I see. Very well, I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. Very well, I call a most familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court. Yes, sir. I'll explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studio, see? This here is the employee area. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during this morning here. This is the main gate for the studios. The security lady that works at the studios was there at 1 p.m. on that day. Past the security station there is a gate, see? Past that are the studios. And here it is, Studio 1. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Now, on the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Then after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m. the security lady got to the guard station. Now, jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was cancelled. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear that again? Should I listen to that whole thing again? Nope, I'm good. I think I can probably remember that. So the murder weapon was a spear. How medieval. This spear was found stuck in the chest of the victim. Cool. Your Honor, this case is quite simple if you ask one question, and that question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see? Damn you, Edgeworth. Understood. Let's call the security officer to the stand. Will the witness declare her name? Maybe she won't. Who knows? My, aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered. Your name, please. Oh dearie, no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma. Your name, please. Seems Edgeworth has a bit of trouble getting his witnesses to say their names. Wendy Oldbag, dearie. Just call me Grandma. Text. Lady, calm. Lady, breathe. Lady. Objection! I object to the witness's talkativeness. Objection sustained. The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand. I was just getting to the good part, dearie. Perhaps we can get to the testimony. Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct? Yes, sir, I was. And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you. You know your stuff, dearie. You may begin your testimony. She sure is one hell of an old bag. That she sure is. Here we go. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through there since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. Anyway, it was 1 when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5. Now the murder happened at 2:30 p.m., right?
interesting to me because a certain man walked right by at me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio.
You saw the defendant then? Very well, let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so first of all, the photo is a problem. So that's a thing. And also, so here, it was power. Let's press this for one. Hold it! So you saw Mr. Powers?
That's what I said. Got wax in your ears, sonny. Nick, this is your chance.
Yeah, time to pull out the secret weapon.
I'll say it again. It was him. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio.
Hold it! So you saw Mr. Powers?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Cool. Nick, doesn't she seem like she's enjoying this a little too much?
Windbags have loved gossiping about other people's misfortunes.
Ooh, hi Clank. Glad to see ya.
It's I've been going well, just under an hour at this point, but you know, it's basic gist of it. Ace Attorney, we are defending Will Powers, who plays the character Steel Samurai, who is accused of murdering his on-screen opponent, the quote-unquote evil magistrate under the name of, give me a hot second, Jack Hammer. So and the character Jack Hammer plays is the evil magistrate who's dead, and that is our client Will Powers, the defendant, and we are currently trying to slice into ribbons the testimony of the security lady called Wendy Oldbag, and I'm struggling to I will tell you again, or tell now when you're here, that I cannot do voices. I tried to pitch them a little differently, but I can't do voices, so we just have to roll through this with gusto and yes. Sure.
Can't she get her kick somewhere else?
Okay, so I don't know if you've ever seen how Ace Attorney works, but basically in these courtroom scenes, we get these moments of testimony where we can press at each of these different spots for possibly more information, and at any point we can also present evidence that contradicts what she's saying. However, pressing with some exceptions later on doesn't cause us penalties, but trying to present the wrong evidence at the wrong part of the testimony will take stuff away from our health bar on the top right there. And if that health bar goes to zero, then our defendant just is declared guilty and we gotta go back. But we can luckily save at any time almost, so let's actually do that here to make a backup, because I have gone through this trilogy on the 3DS, but I can't remember the specifics. It's a lot of stuff. A bit of save scum, but it makes sense, because if we start losing too much health and all that stuff, it's a lot to start over from the chapter beginning. It's okay, so there. So my thinking process here is, she's saying that it was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio. However, I have the photo she's referring to, and that's a costume. There's no way to know that's him from the photo, so I'm gonna just say that's hopefully the correct answers. It's sometimes a little unclear what's the correct answer, so just let's close eyes and... Objection! Let me get this straight, Oldbag, or Miss Oldbag. You've been saying since yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? Are you talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? I love the music in this game. Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. He must, yes. He has a very spiky hair. I don't want to know how much that, like... Yes, hair gel probably is very much his thing. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Old Tokyo. Miss Oldbag. Is this the Mr. Powers that you saw?
Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, sonny? Anyone can plainly see that's Powers, right?
No, they can't. And that's Edgeworth, the prosecutor. We know him from before. It hasn't come up in the story yet exactly how, but in the last case, he seems to be capable of going to some nefarious means of, you know, evidence, but it's kind of unclear at this point. Well, I mean, I wonder. True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean that Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai. I know, it's the Neo, it's that's the joke there. Even the characters have like gone back and forth about that at one point, like not Old Tokyo, Neo Old Tokyo, and there was like a Neo Old Mount Fuji Kujama. I'm like, dude, come on, please. as opposed to Mount Fuji because reasons.
I know that. I wasn't born yesterday.
No one in this court is accusing you of that, Miss Witness. He's having trouble calling her Oldbag, apparently. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you?
Ha, nosy old man. Of course I have proof.
What? Huh? Even Edgeworth is surprised. The prosecution would like to ask the witness, please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time.
How are you to know everyone would be so nosy? You should be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, I showed that photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good as evidence, pal. He didn't even give it a second look.
Ugh. Wow, old Windbag has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good. Let's hear about your proof then. And basically the time window we're working in is that so far the info has been she came to work at 1 p.m., time of death is 2:30 p.m., and up until 5 p.m. No one else went past her booth, according to her, than that costumed Steel Samurai thing, which she says is Will Powers. And that's a problem, because we need to find a person who's a different person than that, because come on, we need to save our client. The man in the photo.
I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run-through of the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Now look at that picture. You can see he's dragging his leg, see? Clear as day.
I would argue the text box is a bit, over. Give me a hot second. Thank you. Much better. Maybe. But the pants also don't seem to fit. I mean,
I don't know. Clear as day. That's how I knew it was Powers. Happy? No, I am not happy. I am happy only when I have caught the actual killer, who is not Will Powers, because we trust our client. Yes.
So he had sprained his ankle. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
She's got to be hiding something. I'll press her until she squeals. Yep, I gotta think I gotta press some stuff here. I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. Okay, so what would be a good thing to press on? Let's press this one. Hold it! Are you absolutely sure? Let's take a look at that picture again. So he was walking strangely because he was injured.
It does look like he was dragging his foot.
See? And you didn't trust me, whippersnapper. That's how I knew it was Powers, Happy. Hold it! Still, you can't look at this and say it's Mr. Powers.
Objection!
Yes, but only Mr. Powers would have been dragging his leg. You don't know that.
He has a point. It does seem quite likely that it was Powers.
There's gotta be more to this. I'd better keep pressing her. Sure, let's... From the top. From the top. Find any glaring contradictions, Nick? Well, she seems pretty sure that was Powers in that photo. I guess I'll just press her and see if I can shake her conviction. Let's see. Okay, I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. Hold it! Whippersnapper! Hey, haven't said anything yet. I'll have you know I'm not pointing fingers at anyone behind their backs. Everything I've said is on the straight and narrow. Youth today, always whining about, lady. Shush.
Mr. Wright, please for all our sakes try not to upset the witness. I think Edgeworth has met his match.
That morning during the run-through of the action scene... Hold it! Who was present at the run-through? Well, let's see. There was Powers, he's the Steel Samurai, the poor old Hammer, the evil magistrate, and me.
And what exactly were you doing?
Observing, just observing.
What about the assistant?
Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such.
So she didn't see the run-through then?
I saw Powers trip and fall. Hold it! Trip and fall. Yes, and to think, he's supposed to be the Steel Samurai. What a laugh!
Kids these days, damn straight. So Powers sprained his ankle.
I helped make it better for him, of course.
You helped make it better?
I kissed it where it hurt.
Let's just skip over that part, shall we? Where was the assistant then?
Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle.
You may continue your testimony.
He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Hold it! He broke a prop. Sure did. His own samurai spear. His samurai spear, the murder weapon? Luckily, I was there with my duct tape to fix it. This strikes me as significant detail. I'd better write this down in the court record. The murder weapon, a break in the shaft, has been mended with duct tape. So then how do you spear someone with it? If the actual, shaft is just, broken. Tape doesn't cut it. Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Hold it! Was Mr. Powers' ankle badly sprained? Not so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch. Thus the nap. Anyway, I saw him dragging his foot on when he walked. Dragging his foot, okay. I think we've heard enough, haven't we, Your Honor?
Well, there is one thing that bothers me, which is, where is this Steel Samurai costume now? Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the Steel Samurai, yes. And it is clear that the person in the Steel Samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. Edgeworth, no, it's goddamn not. You're jumping into weird conclusions here, just for the sake of getting a guilty verdict because you're an ass at this point. I suppose that's right. Are you sure you're sure, Your Honor? Might as well object, right? So... Hold it right there. We keep talking possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the Steel Samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers. The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else not caught on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. We have to consider that possibility also. Then allow me to remove that doubt from your mind, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony, please? No need to ask twice. Yay! Next testimony. Let's see here. Or the next level of testimony. Witness's account. Cunt. The time of poor Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m. True? The only person I saw go to the studio before them was Will Powers. Again, you saw the dude in a costume, not Will Powers, just Oldbag. Come on, focus. Tantrum. God damn it. No one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them. Hold on. If you were looking at the rehearsal, then wouldn't you get to, wouldn't someone have been able to go, like, hide in between that time or something? I don't know. So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be this Steel Samurai who did it. Again, dude in costume. Come on. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Let's see. Let's see here. Hold it! Are you absolutely sure that she saw only Will Powers? Oh, quite, Sonny. Nobody suspicious looking passed by at all. Nobody suspicious looking, right. No one else went there. Hold it! What about before you got to the guard station? And she is creepy, and Oldbag has a mean streak in her when she gets going. You mean before 1? Why, everyone was in the employee area before then. Again. And I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Not to mention... I'm just gonna press again. It's... Hold it. Are you sure? Objection! The witness has answered the question. Anyone going into the studio had to pass by the witness. That's right, Sonny. You let him have it, edgy boy. Edgy boy. Ugh. Old Windbag sure has balls, or, well, you know what I mean. Old Windbags have a way of skipping over important details after all, or for that matter, entirely forgetting them. How convenient. Something for you to look forward to, perhaps. Time of death, hold it. How do you know that? Didn't I just explain? I gave donuts to the young detective. And then, after some rubbish about being a secret pal, he taught me everything. I see Detective Gumshoe shares his fellow officer's fondness for donuts. I think now I've pressed everything. Okay, so I gotta get this on. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, the Oldbag really does have a thing for the prosecutor. That's like, if one keeps playing, that's gonna be a running gag in the Ace Attorney games. All three of these, or at least, well, most of the three of these, and also in at least the Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1. I've played that one. Okay. Like, she's a recurring character. Per game is, so how the thing goes, there's usually 4 or 5 cases per game, and those cases have anything between 1 and usually 3 different sections of trials. So we're gonna, for example, I think this one case has 2 different days of trials and 2 different days of investigating. So that sort of thing here. So, but the question we're asking, how many like cases, like this happened, this murder here, end case, this happened here. That's in this game. There's 4 plus 1 because the DS version added 1 really big at the end. The second game has, I think, 4, and the third game has 5 again, I think. So, if that answers the question. Okay. And this is case number 3 of this game. I've streamed 1 and 2 already. I am putting them up on YouTube. I think the first one is there already. The second one I'm putting up as well. Yes, cases everywhere. Absolutely. So let's see here. I'm not sure what to do here. Wait, maybe. I gotta save Scum because this is a bit of a long shot, but, I have a thought. Maybe. See, October 15th, 2 PM, photo number 2. So where's photo number 1? Against no one else went there. I think that's my cue. Like, this game goes details, man. You gotta keep your eye on the details and remember stuff. Or at least it's helpful. I got a feeling about this one. Let's do it. And it could be wrong. I don't remember anymore. It's like, there's so many cases and trials and stuff. I can't remember the specifics. So, I mean, it does tell you at least some. The more important details it does keep for you, though. But it's helpful to remember stuff, to realize like where you might want to press things. And also a good thing is you often should consider pressing or presenting on statements that are really specific. Like, say, if someone says anything vague, that's usually not helpful, but when she says, like, no one else went there, that's a very specific statement, and something like that is usually where you need to go to find the way forward. Yes! Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time. This photo was taken by the camera at the gate for the studios, correct? Yes, sir, Sonny. So whenever anyone passes by here, it automatically takes a picture. And here I thought I didn't know your head from a hole in the ground. Right. Anyway, it's also true that the computer in the guard station records all the security cam data. I'll read your comment in just a hot second, Clank. Ooh, you know, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening. That very computer printed out this photo. Note that on the back of the photo are printed the words October 15th, 2 PM, photo number 2. Even I know that means it was taken at 2 PM on the October the 15th. Really, Sonny? Actually, I knew that too. The issue here is the bit at the end where it says photo number 2. Photo number 2? The computer only held data for one photo on that day. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1, if it really was the only option? The only option. Order, order. Please tell the court that what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Didn't you listen? Judge, please, come on. Actually, that's what I want to ask the witness. This evidence shows that not 1 but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet there's only data for one of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself. Hey, you watch your mouth, whippersnapper. The only person I saw that day was Will Powers. Again, costume. Come on, lady, please. But the camera was on the gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by. Well, yes, that's what it would seem to mean. Can the witness explain this to the court? I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help. Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either. Some help you are. You're a whippersnapper too. Whippersnapper? Something the matter, Miss Oldbag? Ah, that's right. She is the security lady. Yes, she guards the security booth. So yes, that is her job. So you know, that's the thing she does. So yeah, I just remembered something. Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate. Someone other than the Steel Samurai. Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way. Ugh. I see. Your testimony, please. Here we go. Okay, now I got a moment. I was doing side quests in Koto where you have to remember stuff to decide a case and literally couldn't remember any of the names or details. Well done, yes. I had the similar problem with the Outer Worlds where I couldn't remember any of the place names, planet names, solar system, people names. I was like, I'm doing a thing for the people, for that one person who leads that faction, and I'm supposed to meet. Gonna just help me out here. that happened to me too. Yeah, this is a bit easier because the people are a lot more. They're a bit more memorable than in the Outer Worlds, I think. The other person. Every day after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out one photo that day. Right. Miss Oldbag, this is the first I've heard of this. Well, of course, Sonny, I've only just remembered it. Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Well, I'd say this was a turn for the unexpected, but I kind of expected this. Right. Good God, Oldbag, come on. Every day after I finish my guard duties, yeah, okay. Let's see here. Let's press here. Hold it. How exactly do you determine what isn't suspicious looking? Oh, you can tell by looking at their faces for the most part. For the most part. This is a murder trial, Miss Oldbag. Well, I didn't touch that suspicious looking Will Powers' photo, did I? I think she's missing the point. Well, come to think of it, now I remember throwing out one photo that day. Hold it! Well, who in the heck was in that photo you erased? A fanboy.
fanboy. Steel Samurai fanboys, real freaks if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsals from gosh knows where. They're always hanging about. One was there that day. Objection! Wait a second. Didn't you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words. I couldn't even object. It just happened. I didn't know that could be a thing or remember. Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employee area. The grate has been loose for a while, and it just comes up now. Like you've been like airtightly. No, only will powers, only will powers. Oldbag is really Oldbag, man. It leads outside, and well, that's where they come in. They come in through the drain. I told you they were freaks. Oh, and they're kids, children, whippersnappers. Kids. So on the photo that you erased, it was a boy, probably 2nd or 3rd grade. Wah! Order. Let me get this straight. You saw 2 people pass by the gate on their way to the studios that day. One was the Steel Samurai dragging his leg. The other was a boy who looked to be in about 2nd or 3rd grade. Oh yes, we see his type here every day. Can't stop and can't catch him. A boy in 2nd or 3rd grade. I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield the samurai spear. Impossible, I'd think. It's quite heavy. Right, as I said, I didn't pay him much mind. That's why I erased the data. Nick, what's going on? I mean, the boy was there, that makes him a suspect. Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him. This court will take a 5-minute recess. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information, and no forgetting vital information this time. October 18th, 11:08 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Oh, sorry. Actually, this case has 3 investigation days and also 3 trial days, basically. So, yeah. Mr. Powers. Yes? Tell me straight, were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio. I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest. So who was the Steel Samurai in that security photo? How should I know? The Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really. What? You should have taken better care of that stuff. I couldn't imagine anyone would want to steal a Steel Samurai costume. So, where does this leave me? It doesn't look good. You're the only likely suspect right now. Nick! What are we going to do? First, we play for more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could conceivably have done this. Right! And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we get another day. Right, but if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not optimistic at all, actually. Hey Nick, it's time. Okay, let's go. What does that mean? Please don't sigh like that. Let's put this old bag in the bag. Purple Lady is Maya Fey. Maya Fey is the sister of my former boss, Mia Fey. The little sister of my former boss. And that boss got rather tragically murdered in the last case. So, oopsie daisy. So, that sort of leaves her without family because... mother missing, dad, not a thing, I think. And that's kind of it. So it's like, well, and she decided to join me in the law agency, and her sister's ghost sort of said that we should work together. Also, she with the weird costume is a spirit medium. That means that at points she's still in training, so it's not like a surefire thing power, but she can channel a spirit that's dead, and her entire body changes into that person, and that's gonna. So if you notice, like, you know, a thing happening, that's the thing that's happening then. it's an Ace Attorney thing. I promise that's pretty much the only magic there is going on. I think. I'm pretty sure. So you just gotta sort of go with it. But beyond that, we're dealing, like, you know, with actual, like, you know, we don't need to go with, well, the Satan did it. You know, that's the one magic, like channel dead person spirits. But beyond that, we're in the, like, ballpark of reality. Yes, with objections and hold it and so and evidence. Yes.
Mr. Edgeworth, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter? The prosecution's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. The other person who went to the studio was a boy of roughly 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have committed this crime. For fuck... Edgy, listen. Just work with me here. Edgeworth. So let's assume for a bit that Will Powers actually slept in the dressing room the whole time. The only thing we have seen is a person in the goddamn suit. No face, no nothing, and even the suit doesn't seem to fit too well. And that person went by the place. Like, that's literally anyone. Anyone went past there. That one person could have been anyone. Edgeworth, come on, please. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Will Powers. Edgeworth, no. Listen. Very well, Mr. Wright, your thoughts? The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. There's literally anyone who could have. Order. Interesting. Let us hear who you have in mind. However, be aware that this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. That's what you're doing, though, man. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be penalized. Right, great, as if the stakes weren't high enough. So who was this person other than Mr. Powers that could have committed the murder? Okay, so let's work this out here. The grade school boy is not the answer, because too small can't wield a spear. The assistant girl seems unlikely for the same reason that she's not exactly a grown woman. And I'm still a bit hazy on the exact time frame details here, but I am under the impression that she has been, like, working with the backdrops and such during that time. It's a bit hazy, but I think that's what we're sort of talking about. So my word here is the security lady. And I'll just save scum first because yes. Here we go. It was the security lady, Wendy Oldbag. Steaks yummy, damn straight. Who? The steel samurai is dragging his leg in this picture. That means whoever was in the suit knew about that morning's injury. And that's actually true. And the girl didn't see the rehearsal because she was doing the backdrop stuff. Maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. There was only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about the injury. The security lady, Oldbag.
What? Whippersnapper?
Order, order. Is this true, Oldbag?
Oldbag? That's Miss Oldbag to you.
Miss Oldbag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself, in other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the Steel Samurai costume. Then slipped into Studio 1, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the Steel Samurai costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. If she was in his costume, she could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright.
Oh yeah, right there. Sherlock Holmes 2, baby.
That's odd. Isn't this the part where Edgeworth pounces? Doesn't he usually jump up with an objection and some new damning evidence? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter? The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time.
Oh, what? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, so you all think I did it? Is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something. Interesting point, but when I played this game on the 3DS, I'm quite sure that she says edgy poo, not edgy boy, but like P-O-O, not B-O-Y. Interesting. Like they maybe have rewritten ever slight things here, or maybe it changes over time. I don't remember exactly. What's my move? Maybe now's my chance to take this hole away. Press further. Let's not give Granny a break, because Oldbag is Oldbag and creepy. The very same reason that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Oldbag's actions on that day. But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer? You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive too. Indeed. That did it. Now Windbag is one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope. Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy, the one whose photo I erased. Whoa. She doesn't give a flying F, man. What about the 10-year-old boy? I will indict that kid. I will, yes. Oh boy. He is only a grade schooler, though, as he said. 2nd or 3rd grade, was it? That doesn't matter. When I was that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds, tops. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright. That boy is not the killer. What? How can you be so sure? Or is it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders day, whippersnapper? Yep, the judge has a lot of, like, full dinner plate eyes, oftentimes. I have proof. Proof? Indeed. Then let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder. I'm gonna say it's probably the spear. It doesn't say anything about being heavy, but I think that's the thing. And I can't actually save the game. You can't in every screen save the game, in just almost every screen. Oh boy. Let's hope for the best here. I mean, my idea is that the spear was so heavy that the boy couldn't have done it. I think. I'm nervous because it might not be it, because sometimes these games are a little unfair in the logic. Sometimes. I like these games a lot. I'm a big fan. Sometimes the logic is a little, you know. Take that! Your Honor. The murder weapon was the samurai spear.
That very spear is shown here in this photo. How could the boy have taken the spear? It's impossible. Actually, now if we mention it, it is mended there as well with the tape, I think. Yeah, okay. It's impossible. I see. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? The windbag, speechless. This has got to be a first. Very well. This court will suspend proceedings on the court trial for today. Mr. Edgeworth, please find out more about your witness, Miss Windy. What was her name? Something Oldbag, Your Honor. Then the prosecution will look further into this Oldbag before we continue. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Yay! Wait a second. I'm not going to just sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree. Me? I'm talking. Oh, great. Stop the presses. The windbag wants to talk.
Miss Oldbag, what is this all about? Have you omitted something from your testimony?
Actually, if you must know, there's something I was told not to talk about.
Not to talk about? By whom? Ah, you mean it wasn't Edgeworth who told her not to talk? Well, testify. Whoa.
I mean, the judge hit the gavel, and we're still going. God damn. It's pandemonium out here, man.
My lips were sealed.
Global Studios wanted me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? So they told me to just pretend they hadn't been at the studios that day. But if you're going to go accusing me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free.
Miss Oldbag. This is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now?
Ain't you been listening? They told me to shut my trap, and I always do what I'm told.
That's debatable, but... No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the Oldbag. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
Okay. In some cases, you need to present evidence. In other cases, you need to press on the correct spot to add a bit more testimony and press, and then present evidence to that. And in some cases, you need to press everything, and then it goes forward. It's you know, all of those things can happen. Depends on the exact situation. Let's just press here. Hold it. Who were these people that were there? Well, the director and the producer, for starters.
The director? We should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of their action scene without a director? Of course.
Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it.
So where were these people?
The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime, and they had a meeting after that.
Where?
Oh, in the Studio 2 trailer.
Studio 2? There was a Studio 2?
You know there was one. We have a map. Look. Map. See? It's in big cat-sized letters, Phoenix. Come on. Get with the program, man. Well, if you look at the guide map... right. I'm jumping the gun here, apparently a bit, but yeah. Oh boy. Here it is. You go through the gate and all the way to the left.
The path where the monkey's head was fallen over. Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination? I think I've already asked all my questions, but... I mean... I feel like we know there's new people, so... Oh! Grab ice cream, that's always a good idea. I might as well take a break because now I know there's more people that I would assume that we need to, like, you know, just go investigate them now. Your Honor, we have learned there were others at Global Studios on the day in question. The director and the producer and some bigwigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldbag, and more information about these other people we have just been told of. I understand, Your Honor. This ends today's proceedings in the trial of Mr. Will Powers. That is all. This court is adjourned. October 18th, 1:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me.
Aw, really, it's nothing. Grin. Oh, or should I...
We'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigating. We have to find out more about this director and producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination.
So Nick, have we figured out just who it was in that steel samurai costume? Could it really have been old Windbag?
What do you think, Mr. Powers? I don't think it was her, really.
Neither do I, Nick. Yeah, I know. I was just buying time back there. Come on. Someone had to be the bad guy for a bit to take the pressure off Mr. Powers. Poor old Windbag. I feel kind of sorry for her.
Well, she wasn't winning any points in there with or without my accusation. Okay, let's get down to the studios.
Right, we'll be back to visit you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yay, save progress. Let's roll.
October 18th, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Phew, what a day.
This is no time for relaxing, Nick. Say you think WP's got a chance?
I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's trial.
The director and producer?
Yeah, them.
Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios.
Right. A poster of an old movie that Mia liked. I was thinking I should go see it myself, then I realized that the poster doesn't actually say the title of the movie. I think these are just the same things again. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's go to studio. October 18th, 2:16 p.m. Global Studios main gate.
No one's here.
Right now that they have Miss Oldbag in custody. Oh, they do. Okay, interesting. I guess they don't have anyone else to replace her.
Hey, in the guard station, look, she left her donuts. Aw, what? I wasn't going to eat them.
So you claim, but you know. The computer that runs the studio security cameras. Huh? It looks like it's been turned off for the day. An overhead map of the studios. Right from here is the employee area. To the left is the actual film studios. Main entrance to the studios. They probably have a police officer on patrol out there. Studio van. Carry film equipment. Right. Same thing as before. I'm just checking my bases here.
Security guard station. Miss Oldbag must like junk food. There's a mountain of it in the desk in there. Cool. Sure thing. Let's then keep on keeping on and investigating. So move to... The employee area is from let's thing at a time. October 18th, Global Studios employee area. Look, it's that assistant girl. Hey. Hi, we WP's lawyers, right? I heard about the trial. Great job, guys. Oh, don't mention it. Is it true that they called the security lady? Ho. Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. You mean that one? Well, wow, what a mess. I know. I'm not so good with handiwork, some assistant, right? Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right? Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them. Oh, well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about. You're right, I won't. Personally, I think she should worry at least a little bit more. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to the guard station. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Oldbag. Right, see you later then. Good luck with your investigation. Okay. So the fanboy they were talking about in the trial today, he came in through that drain? So it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey, Nick. If that drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in. Yeah. Hi, Clank. Good to have you back. Yeah, I think that was the idea. I feel kind of sorry for him, though, don't you? What do you want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick, we can? Whoa, she's serious. Leave it be. Nah, I think we should leave it on. They only just repaired it. And if we take it off, the assistant will get yelled at by you-know-who. Yeah, I guess so. Wow, I didn't expect her to take it that hard. The grate that you used to cover the drain. It's a little bent. Don't think it would fit back on. Okay, that's the same as before. Electric-powered bicycles, the same thing as before. Don't know about these. What's the point? Makes the hills easier. Yep, we've seen that. Yeah, Neo Old Tokyo Cash. Sure. The remains of the other day's lunch are scattered around. Everyone's probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates minus the steak. Right. Right. Yep, they do that. They sort of it's how the dialoguing goes. Like Maya is with me while I go places. Okay, let's see here. I don't see anything new from last time, so dressing room. October 18th, Global Studios dressing room. This was the Steel Samurai costume was on the day of the murder. That's what Mr. Powers says at least, yeah. I guess they snuck in and took it while he was sleeping. But Nick, what if Mr. Powers hadn't been sleeping? I wonder what the killer was planning on doing then. Huh. She's got a point. Okay, anything new? I think everything's still the same. Some regular suits among the costumes here. Those must be Mr. Powers' personal clothes. Right. Mr. Powers' bag. I wonder what's inside. Hey! Supermarket tabloids. Wow, I'm kind of shocked. Maya, leave those alone. Wolfmen found on Mars. I'll have to buy that issue. Right. Everything else seems like everything seems as it was before. I'll go check on the other spots. As in Studio 1, but I gotta go to the main gate first, then here. October 18th, Studio 1 entrance. Hey Nick, it looks like the Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. You're right. He's probably up to his neck in paperwork after the commotion at today's trial. So, Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It was down that path with the fallen tree, right? Yeah, I think that's what they said. Maybe the director and the rest of them are there today. Now's our chance, Nick. Let's check it out. If we can. October 18th, Studio 2 entrance. This is Studio 2? I thought so. It doesn't really look much like a studio, does it? Yeah, technically speaking, I'm both. I'm both an attorney and the investigator because I investigate stuff for my client, which is a bit weird, but just I'm going with it. And you know, it's whenever there's a crime scene, it's oftentimes it's the integrity of the crime scene's a little, you know, just like evidence. Yeah, yeah. No, that it does not. Hey, there's a trailer over there. Looks pretty sturdy for a movie set trailer. Are we sure this is a studio? No. On a closer inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is part of some temporary film set. Nick, let's go inside. You think it's okay? Oh, well, it's locked. Aw, shucks. Oh dear. These look like materials for making a movie set. Invest attorney, yes, exactly. They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard. There's a big 2 painted here. Probably because this is Studio 2? Yes, I would guess that. Probably, but it doesn't look anything like a studio. A light van for moving staff and equipment around. They've kept it in pretty good shape. Looks like it'd run fine. Well, let's go for a drive. Sure, if I had a license. Nick, don't you have a driver's license? But look, I have this. Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick? Right. Oh, sorry. Just a bit of a miss there. An incinerator. Apparently they just put this one in. They just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not clean it much. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates. Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks too? What is it with steaks around here? Hey, there's always room for steak. But something does seem out of place. What? I don't know, it just feels odd. Well, I mean, there's no bone in, so T-bone steak. There's some flowers here. Wow, so pretty. They're taking good care of these. Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. I mean, there's a bend in the fence and everything. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything to find here beyond what we've seen. So, back here. Then to Studio 1. October 18th, Studio 1. Steaks, raise the cow carcass damn straight. I don't really want to be in here. Yeah, it's a murder scene. I want to go someplace else, Nick. Ugh. I mean, look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural. We've seen this. So I'm gonna. This girl is out there. I've seen this one. Yep, seen this, seen this, seen this, seen this. Seen this. Yeah. I need to just check all of my, you know, bases here. Seen this one too. Yeah. The outline where Jack Hammer's body lay with the tape. Yep, seen this. Seen this. Yep. Spear stabbing would leave a blood stain, but apparently no. But yep, seen this, seen this, seen this. Hey, Smile, you're a star. Stuff that.
ever so slightly different than on the first day, but that's really it. Looks like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Still Samurai show. Of course, that's the mountain Neo Fujiyama. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, but it's the not Old Tokyo, Neo Old Tokyo. Yeah, that's the same thing as well. Okay, now we've checked everything here. I do remember when I played this case on the 3DS. This case had a few of those moments where I didn't know what I was supposed to do because I didn't yet know how the rhythm of the cases goes. And in this one, you basically need to just, after you've examined stuff, you need to just move around until someone has appeared somewhere. That's how it tends to go. So let's see here. Also check the detention center to be sure. October 18th, detention center. Visitors room. Oh, Mr. Wright, thank you for earlier. Not at all. We got lucky, to tell the truth.
You can say that again.
Let's not.
So, WP, do you have any leads that might get us in the right direction?
Sorry, but no.
Be sure to tell us anything that comes to mind, no matter how small.
We can't rely on getting lucky again tomorrow. Yes. The fanboy. Do fanboys sneak into the studios often? No, not that I know of. That security lady is pretty strict with them.
But in today's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around?
The kids really love the Steel Samurai. They sneak past when she's not looking, I guess. The director. What did the director present? Was the director present at the morning run-through? Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate should move.
Why didn't you tell us that before?
Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet.
That has nothing to do with this. I hate to repeat myself, but Nick here is a newbie lawyer, fresh off the bar. When he loses, he's going to lose big.
I see. Whose side is she on?
You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you?
No, I sure hope not.
Okay.
Talk to me about the spear if you can. Regarding the murder weapon. Yes? Is it heavy, that spear? It's pretty hefty, yeah. I don't think the average person could be able to swing it around effectively.
And that's the spear that broke or something during the morning run-through.
Oh yes, I goofed on a round kick, see? I broke the spear. The security lady fixed it for me right away, though. With duct tape, we heard. Okay. What about this one? Regarding this photograph. Yes, this really, truly, absolutely isn't you, right? Right. I was sleeping in my dressing room the whole time, honest. But who else could have worn it?
Your costume was in your dressing room?
Yes. I guess they snuck in and took it while I was asleep.
But who?
I think that's more or less anything that makes any sense to check. I'll just go to the offices real quick. Nothing here. Move around everywhere. Nothing new. Again, I do remember this. This is the one case where it was at points a little tricky to find the trigger to move forward, but it's gonna happen. Alright. That's the security camera that automatically takes pictures of people here. It took pictures on the day of the murder before the actual time of death. One of them was the Steel Samurai, the other was the grade school boy. It doesn't seem to be switched on today. The studio mascot. Apparently it's a monkey of some kind. I've never seen a monkey with a nose like that before. Why don't they put his head back on? Maybe we should ask that assistant. I'm not sure we really want her fixing anything, and you'd probably need a crane to move that thing. Probably so. In the trial, they said that the Studio 2 was down this path. The monkey head is in the way, but we should be able to get by it without a problem. This monkey head is really heavy. Well, it did knock that tree over when it fell. Both of these, the monkey head and the tree, fell the day of the murder, didn't they? Yeah, that's what Detective Gumshoe said. I'm Bush. Maybe I'll sit down here for a bit. This is exactly why I don't want to get old, ever. Hey, I'm still young. I'm just tired. Nick, when you start having to say I'm still young, you know it's all over. But I am still young. 4 years old is Phoenix Wright at this point in the series. I'm just examining everything because eventually just we'll find the trigger and by it might need to examine everything, talk to everyone with everything, and then things will happen maybe. Also, the entrance to Studio 1. It's a studio where they found Jack Hammer's body, right? So that's everything in this. Oh, it says welcome. They let people in here when they're not filming, right? Nick, let's come here someday. What do you say? We're already here, Maya. Come on. Sure, if that security lady lets us in. Right. And fair warning, Clank. My intention is to probably finish this day of investigation and then save there and call it a stream at that point, because I've been going for over 2 hours, and I gotta sleep at some point, because this case is like easily I don't know, 4 hours long is probably a good guess, and it's I just wanted to do a couple of hours of streaming, maybe 3 today, but not the full case, because the case is really long. Like the last case before this was shorter, and I clocked it in at, I can check right quick. I clocked it in at 3 hours 17 minutes. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, examine. I've checked all of this stuff. Yes, yes. Maybe once more to the dressing room to really checkbox all of that stuff. And the employee area. I've seen this one, yeah? And seen this one. Yep. Seen this one too. Should be at least, yeah. Looks... Go to the dressing room. Not locked. To steal? We're not thieves. But we did take the card key. We borrowed that. There's a difference. Right. I think that's more or less. Must be a storage room. Yeah, I've seen this. Yep. Seen that. And that should be all of those, right? Right. I wonder if... Should I just take the thing off? Maybe that's the thing I need to do. Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken. Yay, you know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes. Sometimes? Yeah. There, that should make the kids happy. The things we do. Maybe that's the thing I needed to do to get this forward. It's possible, man. I don't know. Drain grade is out, and I know who did it. Now the kids will be able to come in again. Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Must be nice to live off
free of guilt. So maybe if I go back and... Oh! It was what I needed to do! Damn! Now we move forward. It's that... the little things, you know? Oh, hello. Ho ho! You look a little out of place. It's the clothes, isn't it? I thought my camo vest might do the trick. I'm kind of an alternative god fashion thing. Let's have a talk. The studios. So how are the studios doing? There's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't want me disturbing evidence. I haven't even cleaned up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. You mean those plates with the steak bones left over on the employee area? Yeah, can you believe it? Okay, fanboy. Do kids sneak in here a lot? Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. He's always gawking at the sets or snapping pictures. You should see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees them. She has a bit of trouble catching him, though. The director et al. I heard something at the trial today. They said that the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Oh, sorry. I was in the prop storage room. I didn't see them. I guess they were here, though. The studio had seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. So they were trying to protect the director. More to the producer, really. The producer's our real star here. She saved the studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'd still be in business if it weren't for that producer. The producer, huh? Interesting. So you work with the props, right? About that murder weapon. You mean the samurai spear? Yeah, it's a prop, but it's still pretty heavy. I hate having to carry that thing around. So you'd have to be pretty strong to use it as a weapon, it sounds like. Why is Mr. Powers the only person I can think of? Could you take a look at this? That's Mr. Powers. Why is he dragging his leg like that? What is this anyway? Looks like she didn't know about the photo or the injury that morning. Never mind. Okay. So now we have that info here. Now let's go back to here. Nothing. WTF? Who are you dudes, Lamau? Huh? Wait, you first. Who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me. Whatever, lamers. How can you not know the great Salmonella? I make the lead shows, The Steel Samurai, mine, RTFC, read the film credits. Really? You're the Salmonella? I'm so sorry, you looked so... sorry. No, quite alright, really. It's fine, Ruffle. What is it? You know, on closer inspection... yeah, hot. Dude, tone it down. Go away. Hey, do you do lots of cosplay, Roz, that costume rock soars? Oh boy, oh. Yeah, these names and these characters... This game was made in 2001, originally, in Japan. So just bear with it, you know, it's a... yeah, and they are very caricatures, so... but yeah, they names are quite pun, yes. The witness in the first case, and also the murderer, was Mr. Sawhit. Mr. Sawhit. And he was the witness. So, you know, Mr. Sawhit. Yeah, yes. Rock sores? What? Hey, you're drooling. And one more time. In the newest one, Spirit of Justice, there's this one like a hippie musician character in like this game's equivalent of like Nepal or something.
there's this hippie musician whose name is Peace Lubn Understandin. Andistan. Understanding. Mr. Peace Lubn Understand. I was like, oh god damn it, man. It was great. Lol, buffer overhand. You've triggered my creative powers. Yes, it's coming to me, Pink Princess. The sequel to the Steel Samurai, Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. Rufflemau. Well, apparently. Pink Princess. Why is it gotta be Little Old Tokyo? Why can't it have cool name like Neo Old Tokyo? Maya, we really need to talk about cool. Okay, have a talk, see? The day of the crime. Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Oh, I know who you dudes are. That secret lady told you about us, eh? That's right. It was a pretty regular day. We had a run-through for an action scene in the morning. Clank, I know. But it was fun. It was really fun. And then a meeting from the lunchtime in the Studio 2 trailer. I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. How do you speak a sad face? Like... Yeah, I'll probably wrap this up in like, I don't know, 20 minutes, so it's fine. Thanks for coming though. It's like, you know, again, having someone to, you know, just talk with while doing this stuff is, again, that's the color of all of this, and it gives some reason to all of this. So yes, thank you very much for joining, and I'll hopefully see you again. Yes, soon. A T-bone steak, was it? Yeah, sucksores. I hate missing out on food. Nick, what does sucksores mean? I don't know. Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon till after 4, with the producers and some bigwigs from the network. Mr. Hammer's time of death estimated was 2:30 p.m. If he's telling the truth, that meeting gives him an alibi. The producer. About the producer who was at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean Dee Vasquez? She's a genius, mad skills all the way, scary though. She brought these studios back from the brink of destruction. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right? Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 p.m. the whole time. Bigwigs. Who exactly are these bigwigs people keep mentioning? Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors, also a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got here right around noon. Major tensions. Were all of them with you the entire time? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all grey-haired, Jesus, cow. Sounds like they'd all be reliable witnesses. Okay, anything to Power's photo, maybe, or something. This is WP, right? How do you know? Well, look, he's obviously dragging his foot. Oh, right, the director would know about the injury. He was there. I try not to pay much attention to things that don't interest me, lol. Why are you staring at me like that? Okay, I think that's kinda it with that one. Cool. Move. Leave. What next? What next? What next? Don't know shit here, so outside Studio 1. Inside Studio 1. Studio 2. Yay! Progress! October 18th, Studio 2 entrance. This place is deserted. Crash! Eek! Nick, what was that noise? It sounded like it came from inside the trailer. Someone must be inside. Hello? No answer. Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in. I'm not sure we should be barging in. Huh, it's locked. What? Don't we have a key? No, but there's probably one in the guard station in the main gate. Then what are we waiting for? Let's borrow it. If they'll let us. Well, let's see. Let's find out. Yes. Aha! You again? Eek! How rude, acting like you've seen a ghost. You certainly got back to your post quickly. Oh, the police took me away, they did. They pulled out a spare steel samurai costume. Told me to put it on, can you imagine? How could a sweet little lady wear a giant suit like that? Mr. Powers is pretty tall. As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go. I guess that would rule out her being the murderer. Anyway, know this, whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight of insult. A slight or insult. And you won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed. You sure are talking like someone with sealed lips. Starting now. 1, 2, 3. This lady's too much. The fanboy. About the kid you saw. If I see him again, I'm shaking him down. Nick, look at her eyes. She's serious. The director. About the director, the one who was here on the day of the murder. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, I think she's losing it. Okay, nothing here? Nope. Here neither. Let's just, for the sake of argument, the security guard station. I can see the computer that runs the security cameras. Hey, no touching! Guess I better investigate it later. Right, okay. Then let's move to... Haha! Hey! Hey, wait! I'll bet he came in right through that drain. Hey, I'm Kiddo! What's your name, sport? I'm not a kid, so don't talk to me like that. Huh? But you are a kid! What a rude little brat, that's the way to talk to an adult. I don't see no adults here, hippie fashion chick. Hippie fashion? Nick, I think I'm being mocked. You got to hand it to Maya, she's pretty sharp and pretty mad. I'm Cody Hackins. Call me Kiddo again, and I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer. The Steel Samurai. So you're a fan of the Steel Samurai. How dare you utter that name, evildoer? What do you mean? We're on the Steel Samurai's side. Ha, you can't fool me. Oh, okay, then what's the last line said by the innkeeper in episode 8? Ha, easy. Like some fries with that. Not bad, Kiddo. Watch it. What are they doing? What happened? Say you heard anything about the incident the other day. You were here, weren't you? Did you see anything? He always... The Steel Samurai always wins, always. Yeah, I saw him, I saw everything. What? But no way am I telling you, losers. Wait, let me go. He's gone. Huh. Something fell off the table when he bumped into his way into it on his way out. A bottle. How was this sitting here, I wonder? Empty bottle. Found on a table in the employee area. The label reads sleeping pills. Anyway, what was that kid saying? He saw everything. Cool. Do you know anything about sleeping pills, Mr. Director? Nope, apparently no. Bye. Okay. Huh? Where's that old windbag? Out of her to leave her post. Huh, hey! Nick, that was her. Stop! Whippersnapper! Oh, hi, Clank again. I'm still investigating. I found a boy who has a sword on his back apparently, and we found sleeping pills in the employee area, which would explain why Will Powers was sleeping the entire time of what happened. So we're making progress, maybe. I hope. Yay! Natch! Uh-oh, she tripped. Maya sure looks happy. Can I check the guard post for the things? Hey, Nick! Now's a chance. Let's get to the guard station. Good idea. Oh! This is it, Nick. The trailer key. The key to that trailer in Studio 2. We'll be borrowing this, right, Nick? Well, apparently we are. The key tag reads Studio 2 trailer. Right. So, move to place with the... Let's see here. So, first here. Then from here to here. Yeah. Movement is a bit weird. You can't immediately warp into the area you want. You need to like go to the spot adjacent to it and then into it. It's a little. It takes some getting used to learn the layout of how to move around. So examine door in. I wonder if the key we borrowed from the guard station will work. It opened. Great, let's go, Nick. She seems eager all of a sudden. Well, you first, Nick. Not that eager. Trailer. Yay! Let's roll. Let's solve crime. October 18th, Studio 2 trailer. Hi. Someone's in here. Names. Our names? We're WP's lawyers and... I see. And who might you? Dee Vasquez, the producer. Dee Vasquez, she's quite beautiful. Paying attention to the important things there, Phoenix? So, day of the crime. I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Miss Vasquez? Script. Excuse me? Script. I'm looking for a script. A script? The Steel Samurai, episode 13. I need it. Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder? I need to read it. We're getting nowhere fast. Samurai? We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai. Miss Vasquez? It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that. Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV. The nerve on her. Hey, don't get mad at me. The director. About the director, Sal Manella, was it? What exactly is his role here? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. I can't be bothered with anything else. Nick? Are all people in the entertainment business this weird? It's starting to look like it. Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we have to check?
Um, yeah. Wait. Yes? If you see Manila, give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? Hmm. I don't think I like her. Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright, we'll give it to him if we see him. Memo reads, bring me the script for episode 13. We'll be back. The Velasquez, was it? D. Vasquez, right. So let's go find the director who last time around we saw him was... Oops, sorry, wrong button. Again, the moving around is a little bit of a thing to do. Here. Hi. Take this. Here, I got this from the producer. Bring me the script for episode 13. Episode 13, where did I put that one? I must have left it somewhere. Oh, my ass is pwned if I don't find it. Nick? It might be quicker to just look in all the places where he's likely to have been. I agree. Cool. I actually think I remember this one. Give me a deep. Here, 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 and here. We're back at the scene of the crime. Let's find what we need and get out of here. Quick. That one. Hey, look! That's the chair, the director. Yeah, but the script. Maya, take a look around that chair for me, would you? Remember that the script the director was talking about. Didn't he say he'd left it somewhere? Aha! Found it, Nick, the script! Good work. Script. Steel Samurai script. The cover reads episode 13. So, back to the producer, because we need to talk about how, you know, she looks creepy and evil and everything. Hi. Take a bunch of paper in the face. Boom. Here, we found it. Your script. Ah. Script handed to D. Vasquez. You're not going to talk to us. Quiet. I'm reading. Just you hold on. What's the big deal? Who do you think you are anyway, and do you even know who we are? Powers as lawyers? Right. Am I a suspect? No, it's just, well, no, but... You wanted to know about the day of the murder? Yes, anything you could do to tell us would be of big help. You know there was a meeting there at noon. Yes, with the director and the people from the network. Correct. Now listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio 1. It was impossible for us to leave. Impossible? Why? The path was blocked. The path? The blocked path. On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct? Mr. Monkey. The monkey with the broken head. Oh, right, that. What an original name. Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder.
they didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3. It was after 4 by the time the path was unblocked. Capiche? Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until the path was cleared. Stuck in this trailer and stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Thus, none of us could have gone to the Studio 1.
What?
It's true. A crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story. But wait. What if the head fell over after 2:30? Then you could have gone to Studio 1. 2:30, the time of death. Very well. Come.
Apparently we came. Very quickly.
That's Mr. Monkey. When it wasn't broken, it announced the time in ooks.
How come does everything in the Ace Attorney universe announce the time when like in like voices? It's weird. Like earlier we had in 2 murder cases we had a clock that was also a statue of a sitting man called the Thinker, and when you press the head, the clock says, "I think it's 8 p.m." or you know, such and such, and like, who comes up with these things, man?
1 ook per hour. Ook, 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 ook. Always with the ooking.
I never thought I'd read a sentence like that out loud. I just sort of came to realize how I might need to reflect on my life here, but
it is a monkey after all. Check its head. The clock inside stopped when it broke.
Nick, it stopped at 2:15.
2:15? That's right. This path was blocked from 2:15 till after 4. Therefore we're innocent.
Mr. Hammer died in Studio 1 at 2:30. Come to think of it,
See, goodbye.
Mr. Monkey's head blocked the path to the scene of the crime between 2:15 and 4 p.m. I have a thought. Again, I have played through this before. I know, but so bear with me. We've seen the tapes in the floor in the in Studio 1, right? But there was no blood on the scene, which I suppose it's not out of the question to think that the blood is all in the costume and it's just there, but if no one saw the murder happen, is it outside of the realm of possibility to doubt at this point that that was actually the murder scene with Studio 1, that the body wasn't moved there by someone later? Just, thinking. What do we do, Nick? There isn't anyone besides WP who could have killed Hammer. It's over, we're finished.
It sure doesn't look good. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy.
Oh, back to the office? Oh, okay. First here, then here.
October 18th, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Now what? We're fresh out of clues. Everyone's alibi is watertight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. It's a little early for giving up, don't you think? Huh? You've got 1 lead.
Hi, Mia, it's you. Clank, if you're watching, this is an example of what I was talking about. At this point, all of a sudden, Maya has
spirit mediumed her dead sister, and there we are. She's now in Maya's body, and Maya's body transforms to reflect her dead sister when the spirit comes into her. That's the spirit medium thing. So, you know, that sometimes happens. Mia, it's you. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. Right. Oh, wait, I guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What did you mean we have one lead? The boy, of course. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. What? But no, I'm telling you, losers. I don't know, he didn't sound like he was going to help us at all. I'm sure you can find some way of bringing him over to your side. Either way, we should go back to the studios. That boy is our last hope, Phoenix. Thanks. Now I'm more worried than I was before. Well, back to the studios it seems again. And, well, so that is indeed what happens when a, spirit medium thing happens. So, just gotta roll with it. It's gonna happen sometimes. So, main gate and then to the places. Hi, October 18th, Global Studios main gate. Oldbag. What's wrong? Whippersnapper. She's been chasing that boy this whole time. When I catch him, I... Sounds like she hasn't had any luck catching him. I got a hostage now, Whippersnapper. A hostage? The fanboy. What happened to the boy? If I see him again, I'll lay him flat. My, what a violent old lady. The director. Actually, I met with the director just now. My heart, I don't feel so good. Is she okay? Before I go, I'd like to visit the place where poor Hammer died. Right, she was saying she wanted to visit the studio where he died. The hostage. What's this about a hostage? When that boy was running away, he dropped this and ran. He'll come back for this one. It's kind of hard to understand her with all that huffing and puffing. Phoenix, that hostage might be what we need. Cody might talk to us if we gave him that. Good idea. Miss Oldbag, no! No! I'm catching that rat if it's the last thing I do. Phoenix, do you have anything you might trade with her? Do you want an autopsy report? Which means I probably don't. A trade? I wonder. I don't think so. Not at this point, I think. Let's move around a bit, see if we find anything. October 18th, Global Studios employee area. Hey! Hey you, wait a sec. Phoenix, was that the boy? Yeah, his name is Cody Hackins. I think he ran into the dressing room. Okay, well, let's go into the dressing room then. October 18th, Global Studios dressing room. He's sure to be in here somewhere. Found you. Damn it, he's getting away. Come back. There, he's back. How did she... Hey there, would you mind helping us out? Please? I'm Cody. Hello, Cody. I'm Mia Fey. Nice to meet you. Yo. And I'm Phoenix Wright. Who asked? Phoenix, you can take it from here. Can I? I think he listened to you a lot more than me. I'm not so sure I'm qualified. Okay, let's have a talk. Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai is so cool, I think he's the bomb. Ha! What would a lamer like you know about the Steel Samurai? Hey, watch that attitude. Phoenix, you really shouldn't yell like that. He's only a kid. He's a really annoying kid. Yeah, don't yell like that. I'm only a kid. I think you just said you weren't a kid a bit ago, but sure. So, do you know anything about what happened here? Could you tell me, please? I don't know nothing. Looks like a little persuasion is necessary. Maybe a bribe? Again, I don't have stuff. Okay. Let's move around a bit more. Let's see if we can work out this inventory puzzle of items we need to find here. So, let's see here. First, Studio 1. No one's here. Nothing news here. Damn. I haven't examined this stuff yet here. Looks like they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai show. They've got some figures for how much they set costs. I can't believe they spent that much money on those sets. The glass is frosted. I can't see outside. This far into October, the dimming daylight makes it feel like winter's coming. It doesn't look that cold outside, but Another old movie poster, The Singing Samurai, starring Jack Hammer. What the hell do samurai sing about? Chopping off heads? It's a samurai musical set in ancient Japan. A samurai musical? Is that even a genre? Well, I'm impressed you know your stuff, Mia. Oh, Maya's the real fan. I just picked a little up. Right. Samurai Summer, starring Jack Hammer. This poster looks like it's been hanging here for years. This is one of Maya's favorite movies. Maybe we should replace the poster in the office with this one. That would be kind of sad. Okay. An old movie poster. Dynamite Samurai, starring Jack Hammer. I guess Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Okay. Nothing in here that could be a clue. Just some paper cups and crumpled documents. Would you mind checking the crumpled documents? This is where they had that meeting. There are documents and paper cups scattered around. Right. That seems to be it, though. Nothing here. Okay. I've probably seen all of these, but apparently I'm again, you know, a bit starved for progress, if you will. Nameless Powers, proper name, but it's not for me to know. And yeah, I need a vacation. You damn sure do. Materials from movie sets. Yeah, okay. Big 2, Studio 2, probably. Yeah. On closer inspection, been a while, I'm thinking, yeah, okay. So, back to here. Examine this thing again. Clock and the speaker in the monkey's head. We usually tell the time by ooking. The clock is stopped at 2:15 now. Right. Check in. Really want to take a break, but we have a work to do. Still, it's kind of sad to see so many empty benches. Kind of like if you threw a party and nobody came. Aw. Like my every party. Okay, again, this is the one case I remember where the way to get things moving forward was really tricky. A perfectly normal stepladder. I've never actually used one. I don't like heights. I'm a firm believer that humankind was made to keep their feet on the ground. Outlined tape, evil magistrate, bloodstains. Yep, I've seen that. Nothing new really there. Nothing new there either. Or at least not like new information. A small set of different words, but it's all the same stuff as before in the same things. Okay, nothing here. Okay. Would the kid want the spear? Because I'm sort of running really low on ideas here. Or the lady. Do you want the spear? Well, she's too busy catching her breath to tell me anything. No way. October 18th, Detention Center Visitors Room. I guess Mr. Powers is in questioning. Oh well. Let's try again another day, Phoenix. Well, or another, you know... Day might be a bit of a poor choice of words, but, okay, what to do? So what's the best thing for me to do here? We need to get to the studio and talk to that boy. I already did. Any ideas? Any ideas about who might have done this? We don't have enough information to make a case yet. Where have I heard that phrase before? So that's where Maya got it from. Thanks. Not helping a whole bunch. Okay. I'll just, makes it easier to go up hills. Where have I heard that line before? Yeah, Mia does have some different lines, but during when the fanboy came in, he didn't waste any time coming in either. Talk about a cause and effect. Right. Okay, all this other stuff is... storage room. Right. This is where Cody ran. Yeah, I've been trying to make him to talk and it hasn't happened yet. Cola candy, normal. Look at this, spaghetti in a soda can. Spaghetti, wouldn't just the sauce come out and the noodles all stay stuck inside? Best when slammed. I guess they want you to drink it in one gulp. Slamming spaghetti, right. Uh-huh. I mean, and it's just normal that I'm just walking around with the spirit of a dead person in the body of her sister because reasons. It's fine. Don't worry. Nothing sad or weird going on here. Okay, take everything I have because I don't even... The samurai spear, that's totally cool. I wish I had one too. This kid and Maya would get along great. Right. Hey, it's the Steel Samurai. Huh? Why is he dragging his foot like that? Where'd you get this anyway? Okay. What's that? Boring? Man, how can one person be so lame? If you were a superhero, you'd be lame-o man. Just try to give him like sleeping pills, anything, because I really don't know. Take the key. No. Take autopsy report. No. Fine. Okay. I mean, he's not gonna talk to us, though. It just...
Powers' bag. Now, Phoenix is not polite to look through other people's belongings. Hey, don't look at me. Tell that to your sister. Box of snacks on the table and some cans of soda. They're all empty. I'm glad Maya isn't here to see this. She'd be devastated. Sorry, what was that about, Maya? Oh, nothing. Someone was sleeping here. Locked, doesn't open this his window much, kind of dusty outside. Okay, I am kind of, they always have mirrors like this in dressing rooms. Yep, seen this, seen this, seen this. But I've literally tried to give everything to... Array of cosmetics. You don't samurai... You don't know Samurai Boogie Woogie about the wig in the... You're even lame than I thought. What does everybody but me know about the show? Ah! But now I've checked everything and it's not like... I don't know. I feel like I've checked everything now. My last resort is like trying to give everything to you. So first my badge. Nope, nothing. Do you want the autopsy report? Do you want the key? Hey, that's a card. Studio 1? Demon Lady, very good. Yes, that'll work. Right, a card key to Studio 1. Huff, puff, I could visit poor Hammer. I'd like to visit, but he died. Phew. I was his fan. You don't have your own card, Miss Oldbag? Studio 1 isn't my turf. You'll let me borrow it then? If I give her the card key, then I won't be able to get into Studio 1. I'll lend it to her if you... Because then she will probably give me the hostage item. Why don't you let her borrow it, Phoenix? Well, borrow is interesting, but we'll see. I guess it can't hurt. Here you go, Miss Oldbag. Card key lent to Miss Oldbag. Listen to me, Sonny. I don't like having debts to no whippersnappers. You take this and we're even, deal? What's this? A steel samurai trading card? That sneaky kid dropped it. I figure it's pretty important to him, though. Thank you, I may have use for this. This must be the hostage she was talking about. Steel samurai card added to the court record. Cool. Right, I'm off. There she goes, hobbling towards the studio. Okie dokie. First things first, I have a memory of... Let's see if the 2 part, just in case there's... Nope, nothing. Okay. So first, back to the dressing room again. So here, and the employee area, and from here to here, present. There. Difficult. Cody, this look familiar? Hey, you are. You are? Huh? You are, ultra rare. That card's really hard to get. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. Why does Spirit Lady look Mr. Wright that way? Spirit Lady is... She has a... She looks people like that. She just, tilts her head and she has a warm face. That's the way she is. It's fine, I think. I hope. I'll give you this if you help me. But that's my card, and it's fine. Damn straight, that's my catchphrase. It's fine. If the narrator says it's not fine, then I'll just rebut her like, objection, it's fine. And I don't know, like, if you missed it, but indeed now, like, the sister or the spirit lady looks different because her sister is in her body because of spirit channeling. So her body changed because of that. That's how it works.
like face and body and everything. Everything except the clothes. And hairstyle, I suppose. Pass my card. By offering me something I already own, you're in effect eschewing the very basis of our consumer society, namely the principle of fair trade. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. What do they teach these kids in school these days? Quantum physics? Whatever, I don't need that card. Huh? I got a double. Just keep it. It's yours. What? After I went through all that trouble? If you want to trade, buy me a really rare card. Really rare? You mean there's something rarer than ultra rare? Ultra rare premium cards are way rarer than plain ultra rare cards. Come on! Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. Premium rare. Why do I feel like we're talking about stakes? Okay. And then we gotta go look for stuff again. Like, yeah, I'll demonstrate. I think this is the spot where I can... Yeah, so... indeed, so... She looks different because she... Maya was feeling distressed, and she just called upon her dead sister. And now we're looking at Mia in Maya's body. Mia is the older sister who died before, in the different case. And that's now Mia. And when Mia's spirit entered Maya's body and face changed, like, you know, face and chest and everything, but the hairstyle and the clothes are about the same. That's how, you know, that's how these things operate. So, yeah. And I've checked everything here, and what do you say about this thing? Showing me that isn't going to do any good. You know that what they say, dead men don't tell tales. Well, but you're a dead lady, so isn't it different? You sure are talking enough. So, that's how, yes. Cool. Now, I happen to remember, I think, where to go next. I think. I'm hoping. So, let's see here. Outside Studio 1, Outside Studio 2, in the trailer. Yes. October 18th, Studio 2 trailer. Oh, hi. Hello, what brings you here? Oh, well, I had to arrange some stuff. Yeah? The girl with you, doesn't she seem a little, different? Like, is she even the same person as before? Nope, she's the same as always. Yes, just the same. She just grew like 2 feet and grew out like a number of sizes. Yes. Hi. Same as always. Oh. Okay, whatever you say. She was easy to convince. Right. Fanboy. Have you seen that boy since then? Nope. You missed it, though. The security lady was chasing around after the boy so fast I thought she'd collapse. Of course, he got away in the end. Boy, was she mad. Actually, we saw them. How's the old windbag doing? She was squeezing donuts through her clenched fists back at the guard station. Some people take their jobs a little too seriously. Mr. Hammer. Are all the posters on the wall here of Hammer? Yes, it's really a terrible loss for the studios. But his popularity had been waning recently, right? That's true. Then again, after what happened... After what happened? You mean you don't know about Hammer? No one tells me jack... anything here, lady. Come on. Let's just... spill some beans here. No, what?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Yes, you should have. Please just... What happened? Wait, now you have to tell me what happened with Hammer. I'm sorry. I'm probably not the one who should tell you. Why not? Come on, let's go. Uh-oh, why do I get the feeling something's being covered up here? Okay, so... Look at my Steel Samurai card. Do you know anything about this? Hey, that's a Steel Samurai trading card. I know. I collect those, actually. I'm one card away from a complete set. A complete set. Yeah, instead of one of each card. Yeah, I know what a Huh. Wait. That's it. That's the card I need. You don't know how long I've been looking for it. I don't care what kind of girl you might think I am. I need that card. Am I supposed to think of you as some kind of... Please, I beg you. Please trade with me. Trade with you? Yes, trade cards. Oh, look, I'll even trade you an ultra rare premium card. Trade me a... Huh? Yes, it's a good deal for your ultra rare. Please. Phoenix, can't you see she's desperate? What's everybody getting so excited about? But yes, trade, because we need to ultra rare for the kid, so the kid will cooperate. Yes, trade. Okay. Really? Thanks. Then this is for you. URP card added to the court record. An ultra rare premium Steel Samurai collectible card. Very valuable. Yahoo! And there she goes. Doesn't doing good things like that make you feel great? Yeah, sure. Let's say yes. Sure, fine. Yeah, it does. Cool. Okay, so now, hey kid, we have this piece of plastic you really want. Man, the movement is cumbersome in this level. Come on. Ugh. Hi. Take this. See this card? Yeah, so wait, that's it. That's the last ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me, please. You gotta give it to me. Wow, never seen him so eager. Right, okay, how about a trade? You're on. I'll give you a samurai spear and throw in an evil magistrate to boot. No. Not that kind of trade. I don't want cards, I want information. Huh? You sure? Fine by me. URP card given to Cody. Okay, Phoenix, let's hear what he has to say. If he knows something that could help us, we can have him take the stand tomorrow. Steel Samurai. So you like the Steel Samurai? He's so cool. I guess. You're judging him by his looks. You have to look at his actions, at his life. I'm being lectured on life by a grade schooler. You like him too, don't you? Oh me? Yeah, I love the Steel Samurai. Samurai, yes. So tell me, what's your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is? Let's say kind nature. Or fighting skills. Because it's not... I don't think... Because I think the kid cares about the character, not the actor, so... Let's say fighting skills. Gotta think of something. I like when he vanquishes his foes. Yeah, Wazam! The Steel Samurai always wins, always. Check this out, it's my fan album. What? It's all pictures of the Steel Samurai. I go to every live performance. Those stupid publicity stunts where they beat each other up in public. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow, Wazam! I got 'em all, I never missed one, a perfect collection. Check it out, my new digital camera. Wow, that's very impressive, the newest model, isn't it? You bet, lady, I just got it for my birthday. My album has a name, wanna hear it? The Steel Samurai Path to Glory. The Steel Samurai always wins, always. Hey, if you want this, you can have it, lady. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I took these with a digital camera. I got all the data at home so I can always make another one. Well then, I'm happy to accept, thank you. Contains photos of every victory seen in every battle the Steel Samurai has won. What's with people always giving stuff to Mia? What a life. I mean, sure, but she's also dead, so don't be too jealous, you know? Just... Right, what happened? You were here on the day of the incident, right? Yeah. Did you see anything unusual? Cody? Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that the Steel Samurai's motto, for great justice? You have to help us fight for great justice too. I saw everything. Well, we might get some useful information out of him yet. What you saw. Cody, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? I got here that day around 2. I had to come in through the woods out back so that the old lady wouldn't see me. I got kinda lost though. I was in there for maybe a half hour or so. Then I finally got to the studio. After that... What is it, Cody? The Steel Samurai killed the bad guy. He used his samurai spear. He just, like always, one shot, one kill. It happened so fast, I got scared. I went home after that. I see. It must have been very hard for you. Man, you say those nice things, but it's so obvious you aren't speaking from the heart. Right. Mia? Yes? I think we can say for sure this means the Steel Samurai did it. True enough. And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him. Indeed. So the only person left who it could have been is Will Powers. That's a frown look if I ever saw one. It might not be fine. But it's fine. It's fine. I have to admit, it's kind of a shock. But if you put this boy on the witness stand, your client will be guilty for sure. Let's not call him then. I think that would be wise, best to leave this one alone. Not so fast, pal. Hi, Gumshoe. I heard everything. This boy here is a key witness, and he's under police protection starting now. Come on, son. You got a rendezvous with me down at the precinct. No, I ain't going. Wah! That didn't go so well. We're back to 0 leads. And now we have a serious handicap in court. What are we gonna do, Mia? Well, I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine. See? It's fine! Even she thinks it's fine. We're in agreement here. Me and Mia, we're just we understand what's going on. It's fine. Whoa. Come to the trial tomorrow, please. I need you there. Phoenix, can I ask you something? Or Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Powers is innocent? For the sake... Well, Mia always says I have to believe, so I'm gonna say I believe. Of course he is. That's all I wanted to hear. Excellent. I'll see you in court then. Great, thanks, Mia.
See you soon. Whew. Man. And here we go again on a different day. And if you're watching this on YouTube, this is probably I'm gonna try to just splice these two streams together so it's a one really big long complete video of case 3. So here we go. Load selected save data, yes please. October 19th, 9:42 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Mr. Wright? Yes? Why do you look so unhappy? Nothing. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, yes, we are perfectly qualified and ready for everything. Yes. Really, it's nothing. Right, Mia? Uh-oh, she looks even unhappier. Phoenix, your client is now practically a dead man walking. Mia, there's no need to be so, you know. It'll be fine. It'll be just okay. We'll have a good time and it'll be great. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him. Oh, because, right, you're dead too. It's kind of weird to be talking to a dead person, but like on a sort of, you know, a rather like a casual basis, but sure. This is no time for dead people jokes, please. You know we're going into this trial utterly defenseless. No, I am a defense attorney and I resent that attitude, Mia. I am a defense attorney. I have two victories under my belt, so... Yet if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it. Something overlooked? We have to find something, Phoenix, today. It's that or lose the trial. This isn't gonna be easy. Very true. October 19th, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom Number 4. The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. An unexpected fact has come to the attention of the court. Yesterday we learned that there were other people present at the studios. Today I would like to show evidence proving they had nothing to do with the murder. Very well. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. I wonder if it will be that producer. The prosecution calls Mr. Sal Manila to the stand. Or that director. He's a piece of work. Will the witness state his name and profession? How rude can you get? You don't know me? I'm the director. I make the Steel Samurai noob ruffle. Salmonella. I'm a director. Television. Were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of that day. Phoenix. Let's start by picking this testimony apart. Sure, let's. If Powers is innocent, you know what that means. Someone in the trailer on that day did it. Well, assumedly so, but again, like, theoretically speaking, we couldn't rule out that someone could have just, entered the premises by means of just over the walls or whatever, but sure, let's just go with it. Right, he doesn't waste any time putting on the pressure. Well, that's me for you. Witness testimony the day of the murder. I was at the studios from around 9 that morning. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run-through. It took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area, but I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. We were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. Pretty sure. That's about it. Pretty sure. Really? That's what we're going with. Pretty sure. The time of Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m. And according to your testimony, you were in a meeting at that time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Let's do this. Okay, so a bunch of hold it is the key here, at least. I'm gonna say... I don't know. Did you really skip lunch? You don't seem like the, Hold it! So in the end, you didn't get to eat. Yeah, no steak at least. Can you believe it? That must have been tough. Phoenix. Yeah? Doesn't something about that seem odd to you? Well, thanks, Mia. It's vague? Actually, there's something bothering me. Mr. Manila, you just now said steak at least. So you ate something other than steak. Yeah, good call. I had some chocolate in my pocket, which I used to stave off starvation. I see. Is that all? I was sure I was onto something there. In the meeting around 4, during meeting, he pretty sure. Hold it! He didn't take a single break. Well... Yeah, not a one. That's about as lying as you can get it, I would have to imagine, but again, can I prove that? What's he sweating so much about, I wonder? If only I had an idea. I think it has to do with the murder, Phoenix. I'll wait for one to come up and I'll hit him with it later. Phoenix, if his alibi holds, Powers is finished. Press him as hard as you can and find out where he's lying. Right. Okay. Let's roll. Hold it! Is that when you always come to work at 9? Or what is it? Oh, no. I come in all sorts of hours. It's the industry way. Yeah, I know all about the freaks in your industry. Still, FWIW, I was pretty busy all that day. Tell us more about that. During the morning, doing an action scene. Hold it! In the employee area. That's right. It was a fight scene between the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate. Was anyone else at the run-through? Oh yeah, that security lady was sitting there watching the whole thing. She was cheering on Hammer, if you can believe it. She certainly has the lungs for it. Anyone else? Nope, just us 4. It took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. But I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. I don't know. Hold it! Why did it go on so long? I'm pretty sure you've already heard about this, but WP twisted his ankle during the run-through, see? Yeah, right, that's the limp. Which of course led to me missing lunch, roughs. Rolling on the floor, starving? Sure. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. Hold it, you hear? What exactly did they have for lunch? T-bone steak, the assistant cooked some up. Come to think of it, there was a plate with some bones on it in the employee area. Everyone else meaning that the witness did not eat with them. Edgeworth, come on. But I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. I'm gonna try this again. So in the end you didn't get to eat.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say contradictory, sure. Yeah, it does seem odd now that you mention it. Mr. Manila. Mm-hmm. What do you want? When I went to Studio 2, I saw something on the table there. Studio 2, table 2 plates, I think? There were 2 plates, yeah. The same kind of plates as the ones in the employee area. Who ate lunch there? No, good call. I was embarrassed, so I didn't mention it. But I did eat after all. Okay. A T-bone steak, you mean? Yeah, well, I mean, the assistant went through all that trouble. I brought it to the trailer thinking I could eat it later. Clearly a man who likes to eat, I'd expect as much. So when exactly did you eat it? We took one break during that meeting. I wolfed it down then, drool. A mental image I will carry with me to my grave. Damn straight. Wait a second. If they took a break in that meeting, that contradicts his testimony. I'll press on that one a bit more. No one left their chairs. Hold it! You didn't take a single break. Well... yeah, not a one. What's he sweating so much about, I wonder? If only I had an idea. Wait a second. Maybe I do have an idea. Press harder. Yes, now's our time has come. Wait a second. Mr. Manila, you've just contradicted yourself. Didn't you just tell the court that you ate that T-bone steak during a break? Oops. Ruffle, well? Mr. Manila, what's this all about? Well, yeah, I guess we did take a little break. Phoenix, great job. If they took a break, one of them could have gone to the studio during that time. Your Honor, I call on the witness to testify to the court about this break. Very well. Mr. Manila, your testimony, please. Hehehe. Uh-oh, Edgeworth is laughing. The break. Yeah, after we took a break, Ruffle. But it was only 15 minutes. 15. That's only 13 in base 12. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder on Studio 1, lol. Cool. Lol. That's only just enough time to eat a T-bone steak, if you ask me. Uh-huh. I don't think it would even be enough time for that, but that's just me. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Let's do this. The break. Okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to wonder about this here, because I didn't notice anything I immediately have evidence on, but let's see. I'm gonna press this one, like, let's see. Hold it! Why is that? Oh, that was quick! This went right on to the next... Okay. Hold it then, here. Hold it! I have to say you look like a guy who gets through his meals pretty fast. Okay, that's a little mean. Well, I was facing a cold, slightly chewy T-bone steak. Even I had to take my time eating that kind of food, lol. Well, Phoenix? That testimony was too short to wring any kind of useful information out of. All you have to do is prove that he was able to go to Studio 1 in that time. Oh great, is that all?
Yeah, hold it. What time exactly did you take this break? I'd say it was from around 2:30 to 2:45. At exactly the time of the murder. That's the time of death. So we could have gone to Studio 1, killed Hammer, and come back. I guess it's possible time-wise. Edgeworth is just, stoically quiet. But it was only 15 minutes. 15, that's only 13 in base 12. Hold it! What were you doing for those 15 minutes? Eating my T-bone steak, what else? There were 2 plates on that table. Oh, right, the other one was D. Vasquez's plate. D. Vasquez, the producer. To eat a T-bone steak in 15 minutes, that's quite a feat. Right, and this is again the same thing. Oh, objection! Haven't we heard enough of this pointless line of questioning? Your Honor, the testimony to this point has made one certain fact painfully clear. The people in the trailer had nothing to do with this murder. It was impossible for any of them to go to Studio 1. What? Something wrong with Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting one of the people in the trailer went to Studio 1? I mean, I'm suggesting at least that someone else killed Hammer, and I'm still wondering if Studio 1 is the actual scene of the crime, because is that an absolute, like, you know, do we know that for an absolute fact? We didn't see the murder, we didn't see any blood on the scene either, there was just the body lying there when he was found, so do we know that it was even the scene of the murder? So no. Well, Mr. Wright, Phoenix, this is critical. Think about it before you give your answer. Do you claim someone from the trailer went to Studio 1? No. I'm thinking no, because of the reasons I gave here. Because my understanding of the scenario is, pierced through the chest by spear. I remember not seeing any blood on Studio 1, like, floor, and Phoenix making a point of noticing that. This person could be anyone in the photo. That doesn't mean jack squat. The only question is, at what time did the monkey head come down on the thing there? But is it possible that he was actually killed in Studio 2? Or even, like, somewhere else? So why is that a problem? Spear, nothing mentionable. I'm wondering still about the mending with the duct tape. Like, is the mend so good that it would actually still work as a stabbing weapon to the spear? But maybe, because I don't remember these things. Sleeping pills, that's probably why willpower was slept. Monkey Head blocked the path to the scene of the crime between 2:15 and 4. How exact is the time of death? Because that's kind of critical here. The monkey head thing is throwing me off, because I don't remember how this goes, but that's the one, like, stone in my little theory here. But no. I don't want to write off so many possible suspects, but I can't keep claiming the impossible either. I agree that it was impossible for anyone in the trailer to go to the studio in that time. Haha! I thought you might be thoughtlessly treading on thin ice again, but I see you had at least an inkling of the truth. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? It's quite simple. True, the break in the trailer meeting came right at the time of death. However, the path from there to the scene of the crime was blocked. Do you know it was the scene of the crime? The fallen Mrs. Monkeyhead barred the way. At around 2:15, a strong gust of wind knocked off the studio's mascot's head. I'm asserting though that doesn't like prevent anyone from walking back and forth. Like maybe not like, you know, by car, but right. Still, like, why wouldn't they just? That's a perfectly goable spot to just walk over the tree log and go, you know. Ergo, when the people in the trailer took a break at 2:30, the way to the studio was blocked. Again, not on foot though. Blocked by Mrs. Monkey. Severed head. Wasn't it Mr. Monkey? Yeah, I was wondering. Wait, Mr. Monkey. It's actually Mr. But Etro has a point. Again, Phoenix is really like on my wavelength here. And somehow I feel no desire to correct him. I believe we have seen enough evidence. I would like to relieve Mr. Manila from the stand. What, it's over? Very well, the court's opinion on this case is as follows. We have found that there were several other people in Studio 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is also clear that none of these people could have gone to Studio 1. They therefore have no relation to this case. Again, that's the flawed logic here being the scene of the crime. Do we know for a fact that Furthermore, with regards to the photo of the Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. Again, that's bullshit. What do you mean, no one else? Anyone who kind of fits sorta kinda in it, and I'm still saying that doesn't look like a costume that fits a person. Look at the feet. Like I don't have in front of me like an actual promo picture of the Steel Samurai, but that's a really like I think that's where the shoes are supposed to be, you know? Yeah. All that is lacking is decisive evidence that he is the one who did it. If we had that, I'm afraid I would have to find Mr. Powers guilty. Your Honor, the prosecution is pleased to announce that we indeed have decisive evidence, a witness. Really? Who is this witness, Mr. Edgeworth? My witness saw the very moment when the Steel Samurai skewered the victim. Oh, right, the kid who Gumshoe took away. Right. Order. I will have order. I see. The court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear your witness. Court is adjourned for recess. October 19th, 11:04 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. What do we do now, Mia? If everyone in that trailer has an alibi... I'm sorry, Phoenix. I guess I was wrong. Mia? Don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have? Don't get me wrong. I've never given up on a trial before, not while there was a chance. Only one thing became clear in your cross-examination. The people in the trailer could not have gone to Studio 1. I thought there was more to it than that, but I was wrong. That's all there is. What's going to happen to me? It kinda seems like everyone in that courtroom thinks I did it. Yeah, but we'll turn it around, it's fine. They think I'm a murderer. It's fine, shush. Don't worry, Mr. Powers. If you are innocent, we will prove it. I guarantee it. Leave it to us and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai, hero to the children everywhere, after all. That's a point. You... Thanks. Okay, Phoenix. This one's for the kids. Let's do it. Cool. October 19th, 11:15 a.m. just at courtroom number 4. Court is back in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution has a concern. As our witness is a grade schooler of tender years and this is a murder case, we worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning. Nice to see Edgeworth taking the moral high ground. However, we have no choice. The prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. Cool. Ah, he's very short. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on. Oh, right. Guard, please bring him a box. One of those donut crates should do. Hi. Will the witness state his name and grade in school? Witness. What? Just because you're all grown up don't mean you can push me around. Ugh. Edgeworth, having a good day at work, it seems, yes. Cody, answer his question, okay? Hey, it's you, the nice lady. I'm Cody Hackins, I'm in 2nd grade. I get the feeling this is going to be a long, long day. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle. Witness, Cody. He's having trouble with his gentle thing. You were present, you were at Global Studios on the day of the incident. You got a problem with that? Please tell us what you saw that day. What, Pops? You want me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there? Just Mr. Edgeworth will be fine. And he prefers a bearded gentleman. A very long day. Incidentally, photographic equipment is strictly forbidden in this courtroom. Ugh. My apologies, Your Honor. He said he wouldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if that's possible. Wait, so you're saying you had to bargain in terms with the kid and you lost? Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet, but I bring it with me wherever I go. Phoenix, wonder if he had that camera on the day of the murder. I wonder about that too. You better make a note of it in the court record. A new digital camera. Cody always carries it, though he's still learning how to use it. Very well, Cody. Please testify to the court about what you saw the day of the incident. Here we go. I wanted to see the Steel Samurai rehearsal just once. I found a map on the internet and went to the studios that day. I went through the woods off the path so that old lady wouldn't catch me. I was going for the studio. I got kinda lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. When I came out by the studio, there was the Steel Samurai. I totally rocked. Right before my eyes, out came the bad guy. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. Pow! If I had my camera with me, that would have been the time for a shot, I tell you. Anyway, I couldn't get into the studio, so I went home. Wait. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. But be gentle, remember you're talking to a child. This kid is tougher than most adults we see in here, honestly. But, give me a... Didn't we just establish about the camera? If I had my camera with me, but he just said that he takes it everywhere. So, I'm gonna make a tiny bit of a safe scum here. But that should be it, right? So, present, camera, and... sorry. Objection! Cody, what you just said seems, well, a little strange. Didn't you say before that you always bring your digital camera wherever you go? You were quite clear about that. Huh? Cody, you shouldn't lie here. You understand that, right?
Damn straight.
Mr. Wright, a word with you.
Uh-oh, was I putting the pressure on too much?
What is this digital camera contraption you're talking about?
Oh boy. Judge, please. Judge, no. It's... oh boy. I mean, this game came out in 2001 originally, so it's like, even then, yeah. Digital cameras had been around for quite a while. It's a digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. How do I explain that?
I see.
Anyway, Cody, I can't believe you wouldn't bring your camera on a trip to the studios. You did bring it, didn't you?
Objection! Mr. Wright, how cruel you are to terrorize a poor child so. Edgeworth,
Screw you. God. I don't care if it's a child or a prosecuting attorney. No one should lie in court. What do you mean, or a prosecuting attorney?
Well, Cody.
What? Yeah, so I had my camera, so what? You got a problem with that?
So you did have a camera. And did you use this camera?
Well, why would I use it? Because you saw the Steel Samurai. I was too busy watching.
Very well, please testify to the court about what you were so busy watching.
Yeah, I don't know about that. What you saw? Yeah, well, let's see. Yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. The Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy, wham! Then the bad guy stopped moving. He's so strong, the Steel Samurai rules.
Ah, is that all? Well, that was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
Okay, let's think this through here. It's not long. I know, like, sometimes I need to just press everything and then it happens. Sometimes I need to find the thing to present evidence to. Let's see here. Can you give me a bit more on, like, what happened when he goes for the bad guy wham?
Hold it!
So the bad guy attacked him first. Yeah.
What sort of person was this bad guy?
I told you, a person. He was a person. Surely Cody would know the evil magistrate.
How was he dressed?
I kind of don't remember. Again, a Steel Samurai fan who knows this show down to the actual quotes in specific episodes. He would know the evil magistrate. I was too busy watching the Steel Samurai. No, you weren't. What's going on here? I see, and what happened next? Okay, what's the deal? Again, hold it about the bad guy stop moving. Why? Huh? What do you mean, why? Why wasn't the bad guy moving? Well, because the Steel Samurai brought him to justice. And how exactly did he do that? How did he do it? With a samurai kick, and a samurai punch, samurai chop, and samurai slap. Something like that. He's still being vague about this. What? Don't give me that look, Pops. How should I play this? I mean, pressing hard is, you know, it's possible Edgeworth would jump on it because he's a child, but that's just not what happened. However things went down, the reality is that the victim got, well, there, spear or no spear, and assumedly spear, there was a stab wound in the chest with the victim, right? The slap and the kick and that's just not a thing. At least not mentioned in the autopsy report. And there was no mention of a spear either. So, let's see here. Press harder.
Cody.
What?
Something's bothering me. Before you said that you couldn't take your eyes off the action. Yeah, so what? Yet you missed the most important part. Objection! What's the meaning of this? The witness has stated that he saw quite clearly. Objection! You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me, what kind of a murderer uses a samurai slap? Urgh. My point is this. Cody, you may have seen some of the Steel Samurais fight, but you missed the most important part, the killing blow. Or you're not telling about it, for some reason. Order, order. Mr. Wright, how could this be? Can you explain how I might have missed something so vital? Well, that's the thing. So far, not sure. But, Phoenix, I believe you're on the right track with this. I feel it too, but I don't have an answer to how would Cody miss it. I'm more akin to thinking that Cody is just not saying the stuff that, happened. For some reason. Which kind of feels odd, because as a child he should be just as much excited about the Steel Samurai putting a spear through the bad guy. Because, he doesn't the assumed point is that he doesn't understand that it's a... Does he understand that it is a make-believe show and the character isn't real in the real world? I don't know. But nonetheless, he would imaginatively just at least imaginatively he would happily say that the samurai speared the bad guy. That shouldn't be an issue for him, I think. Why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? I'm not sure that's the problem. I think he's not saying stuff because he kept lying about not having the camera, and then being super vague about the fight, details. And why would he lie about that? But he is lying about that. For some reason. I know, you can figure this out. Mr. Wright, your answer. We have ascertained that this young boy is a great fan of the Steel Samurai. Why wouldn't he watch the climax of the fight? That's a tough question in that either he couldn't watch it, he was watching something else, or show evidence. And I'm just going through my evidence I mean, I suppose there's a note, there's something to be said about the notion of, maybe he opened up his scrapbook to do a thing, but one would imagine that he would still be glued to the action when it's happening. That seems like really scatterbrained to open a scrapbook while the thing is still going on and try to put something in it. The other point being that maybe he didn't know how to use the camera and tried to fumble with it while the action was going on, and he missed some of it for that reason. That's a tough question. The one thing I don't think it is watching something else. Because I can't think of a scenario why he would not have brought that up. Ace Attorney characters lie for weird reasons at times, but that still doesn't make any sense to me. He couldn't watch it for, some random reason that's not come up yet is the thing. Or maybe he was fumbling with the camera. That's my, 1 and 2. I'm gonna save the game because this is really hard to say. I'm gonna go with couldn't watch it, and just because then I don't need to present something to face a penalty if I'm wrong. He couldn't watch it, because he couldn't watch it. How could he calmly watch a murder taking place at his age? Objection! Just a moment, please. One thing has become quite clear in this boy's testimony. He did not believe he was witnessing a murder. Yeah, I think so too, yeah. He was watching the Steel Samurai fight like on TV. The more real the fight, the more he would have watched. I agree. That's... I mean, couldn't as in was unable to for some reason. Not like... I don't know. I have to agree with Mr. Edgeworth. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have another explanation? We have ascertained... Oh, okay. I don't want to show evidence. I'll just go to the middle one, even though I don't think that's the point. Because he missed the climax of the fight because he was looking at something else. Probably. Probably. Something else. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. What could possibly distract this boy from seeing this idol, the Steel Samurai, fight? What do you claim he was looking at? Mia? No, I don't know. It doesn't fit in my opinion either. Think of something, Nothing. Mr. Wright, please refrain from making baseless claims. I'm trying to, man. Oh, boy. Okay, well it is then. Show evidence. Okay, now it's gonna hurt. Your Honor, I have evidence. Evidence? Yes, Your Honor. Why did Cody look away from the fight? I can only think of the camera, like fumbling around with it because it couldn't get it to work or something. Please? Take that. Whew, that's a leap of logic, a bit... Yeah, okay. Because that means it's right, I think. Oh boy, oh. That's a... Whew, because I don't remember this stuff. Here's my proof. What's that, the camera? The witness stated that he recently received this camera. Yes, I'm aware of that. He wasn't entirely familiar with its operation. I'm aware of that too. Ah, correct. Why would Cody be looking somewhere else at the critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture. Whew. Hey. Bullseye. Well, what's your problem, Pops? You got a thing for picking on little kids? No. I have a thing for, facts and reality, Pressing, not picking. Good job, Phoenix. Cody was lying, clearly. I'm still wondering why, though, that hasn't come up. Smart of you to realize there was no way he could just stand there watching his hero and not take a picture. Right. Cody, there was only one reason why you would have looked away from the fight. And that was because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received your camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So, you missed the climax of the fight, correct? Yeah. Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything he's hiding more than that. Yeah, no kidding, because again, he was going on about the samurai slaps and stuff. I mean, it's not outside the realm of just absolute possibility that the child would have been lying just to avoid the embarrassment of missing the fight because it's so cool, or trying to be in denial about it and just making a bit of stuff up to make himself feel better about it. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but it's still a weird reason to lie, even for a kid. It could happen, but it doesn't quite fully add up to me. Have him testify again. Right. Mia means business. I mean too, I'm gonna win. Your Honor, the defense would like to request that Cody Hackins testify once more. Very well. Cody, could you please tell us about your camera? And about why you didn't take a picture of the fight? Welcome to the real world, kid. Well, here we go. No photo? Ah, sad face. Yeah, you're right, Pops. The Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the villain, so I held up my camera to take a picture. But the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened, yep. Apparently it wasn't. Anything strange in the testimony, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but I'd like to proceed with the cross-examination anyway. I mean, okay. So... explain a bit more about this steel samurai just escaping from the clutches of the villain to me. Hold it! So you did see the beginning of the fight? Yeah. Did you notice anything unusual? Well, I guess the steel samurai was moving a little strange. Moving strangely. I mean, there was the limp, but... what do you mean? So I held up my camera to take a picture. But the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. Aren't those like... all the digital cameras I've used don't really have that issue. Like... I'm trying to remember, it's been so long since I had one of those like pocket cameras. Even digital ones. I'm trying to remember how it like... I think I had one where there was a switch to like open the way though, like a slider or something in the maybe. It's been really long. Trying to remember. I don't know. Don't know. Just hold that. Hold it. When the lens opened, what did you see? Well, a person on the ground and the steel samurai. That's all that happened, yep. Again, hold it. That's all. Yeah, I told you I didn't take a picture. I would have once I got that lens open. True. I mean, he was seeing the steel samurai, like even just seeing the person would have just made him do that, right? Did he really not take a picture? Not even one. He must have. Press him hard. Nah, he definitely would have taken a picture. There's got to be something here I can use. Cody. Listen up, Cody Hackins. I know exactly what happened that day. Oh! Well, enlighten me as well then, because I sure don't yet. You took a picture. Well, I mean, okay, but beyond that, if you could, Phoenix. Hey! Bullseye? How did you know? Ah. Well. I see through all your lies, Cody Hackins. It's one of my powers. Wow. This feels great. Yeah, I took a picture. Perhaps you can change your testimony to reflect this, Cody. Jeezums, that's a really big lie. I took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. What? Too late for what? Hold it! And no, you wouldn't. You erased them. Yeah. Why would you erase a picture of your beloved steel samurai victorious? Well, you know. Why would I want to keep a picture like that? What? He's becoming less and less cooperative. Better find a clear contradiction soon. Well, or some solid evidence. Well, there's one. Why would you keep a picture of... Because you're a fan? And a kid who think it's cool? How can I pick holes in such a short testimony? There has to be something. Dig up the dirt, Phoenix. Find out what this kid's all about. Okay. I'm thinking it took a few shots but erased them. Contains photos of every victory scene. I mean, that's it. That's gotta be the hard evidence, right? On that statement, Samurai Scrapbook Go. Objection! Cody.
What? Man, every time you say Cody, you follow with something bad.
I just wanted to thank you for giving me this the other day.
Huh? Oh, right.
What was it you told me then?
I got to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow with Zam. I got 'em all. I never missed one. A perfect collection.
Yeah. That, Cody. Did you really get a picture of the Steel Samurai standing victorious over his foe? If you did, I find it hard to believe that you would just erase it. Wouldn't you keep it for your album?
Ah!
Mr. Wright, what exactly is this album? It's called Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle the Steel Samurai has won. I see. Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor? Among all his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day. Order! Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? If the Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary, I certainly would expect to see a picture of it in this album. Exactly my point, Your Honor. No, wait, no way.
Phoenix? I think we finally discovered the truth. And what a truth it is.
Mia, are we sure about this? Did he actually...
Yes. I'm pretty sure what you're thinking is right. Tell them, Phoenix. Tell them what the truth is.
Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what is going on here. Why was there no picture in the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the photos he took? Okay, I don't think the kid would care about blurry, because, I mean, care, yes, but there would still be pictures of the scene, so that's out. Mistake, unlikely. If he already has all the photos, I don't know, like, exactly how new the camera is in a comparison to, like, how many pictures before this camera are taken into the scrapbook. But what if the Steel Samurai didn't win? That would make the most sense. Like, of these three, that didn't like surface as a possibility here, but or a thought, I mean. But that would make sense why the picture isn't there. That's like the fitting punch. Didn't win. I can think of only one reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos. You mean the Steel Samurai lost? Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? Tell the truth, the bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai.
No way, no! It's impossible. The Steel Samurai never loses. He never loses to anyone, ever!
Your Honor, the witness has revealed everything with his words. There was a reason why he lied and told us that he didn't take a picture. The same reason he erased the precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible. He saw the Steel Samurai lose. Yet to admit what he saw would destroy everything he believed in. That's why he lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. Order. I will have order. Witness, I mean Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw. Well. Cody, that day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight, right?
Wow, okay. You're right. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Wow.
Right. Well, that's a turn. Order, order, order. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Mr. Wright? The Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim. Yet according to your witness's testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell. Damn straight, Edgeworth. Eat it. Mr. Wright, what's going on? Apparently we have all made a serious error. An error? What's this all about? Okay. So, Hammer was the victim. Yes, but that was never under any dispute. There was no victim, is just not the case. The Steel Samurai was the victim because Hammer was actually in the Steel Samurai costume. And that's why there's no blood nowhere. Because he was just changed into the other costume or something. And that's why we can't find the Steel Samurai costume to begin with now. Yes. If you understand what really happened, it's actually quite simple. At the end of the fight, the Steel Samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the Steel Samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? Jack Hammer was the Steel Samurai. Has to be. Order, order, order. So the Steel Samurai in this photograph, you're saying the man in this costume was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run-through that morning. Thus, he obviously knew about Will Powers' foot injury. But wait, hadn't Mr. Hammer gone to Studio 1 already? That's what everyone thought. But remember what Miss Oldbag said in her testimony. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Did I see poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station. I forgot about that. I totally didn't know. Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch. However, no one saw him going to Studio 1. Nor was there a picture of him. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a nap in his dressing room. Then he snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. But why would the victim do such a thing? I don't know. I get it. I thought that the Steel Samurai was moving strange, so it was a different person inside the suit. Pops! Me? What? Actually, there was one piece of data I saved. Data? Yeah, photo of my digital camera. Ooh. What? Show us quick. No way, man, not if you're gonna look at me like that. Now. Here, this is it. Right. Well, looking at this, it's still a little hard to say. Same spear. The costume looks about the same. I'm afraid that it could be anyone in that costume. Right. Your opinion, Mr. Wright. I agree, Your Honor. This isn't decisive evidence. It is, however, because that's a 2 on top there, meaning he's in front of or at Studio 2. But the body was found in Studio 1. So my point about the murder scene might be onto something. I'm sorry, this doesn't look like it's the proof we need. I'll give it back. Wait, Phoenix. Me, what? Look at that photo once more. That's it, Phoenix. That photo is all the evidence you need to win this trial. What? Your Honor, may I see that photo once more, please? Certainly, I don't see why not.
Phoenix, show him. There's a glaring decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in that photo.
Well, again, I'm going with 2.
Take that!
Your Honor, look at this. I see a gate. Might I draw your attention to the number on that gate? The number. Ah, yes. Well, it is hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Clearly not a 1, Your Honor, correct?
Ah!
I believe Mr. Edgeworth sees what I'm getting at. But... That's impossible! What's this all about? Please explain so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. I'll use the studio guide map. The body was found here, in Studio 1. However, what do we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder? It does not say 1 on that gate in the photo. Your Honor, here is the true scene of the crime. Show the judge where the murder took place.
I'm gonna guess Studio 2.
Take that! Here, at Studio 2. I see, that would explain the 2 on the gate in the photo.
It would, yes.
Your Honor, I find it very significant that the murder took place in Studio 2. Okay, now I'm sort of lost here.
Oh, right, the trailer is there, and all the people were there.
Right. As you may recall, there was a trailer in the Studio 2. Now on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in the meeting corresponding to the time of death. Very true. During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss D. Vasquez were outside eating a steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked. So we have heard. The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time. Again, on foot, I feel it's a bit presumptuous, but sure, let's go with it. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Remember Mr. Salmonella's testimony. Allow me to remind the court. He said no one in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio 1. Yet in actuality, the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime in Studio 2. Boom. Boom effing boom. Order, order. The defense makes the following claims. The scene of the crime was Studio 2. The person that the security guard Miss Oldbag saw was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer for some reason stole a steel samurai costume. Then he went to Studio 2. Objection! This is madness! Jack Hammer is the victim! The victim! Why would he steal a steel samurai costume? I still don't know, but he did. Are you suggesting he did this to cover up the details of his own murder? I don't know. Well, no, of course not. Or do you have proof? Give me proof that the victim Jack Hammer stole the costume. Do we have the height of Jack Hammer? Just, you know. No. Because again. The feet don't fit. Surely. I mean, that's what I'm going with. I gotta try, right? Like, in these cases, not every time you have proof, but I think this time I do, in the terms of those, like... Because surely the costume isn't that cumbersome, that you can't, like, literally, basically can't move around in it because the feet don't, or the pants don't fit, you know? I have proof. I have proof. You do? You do, Mr. Wright? Now that there's a surprise, I'm really much less confident. I think I'm right, though. Here's my proof that Jack Hammer stole the costume. I'm gonna go with the photo. Take that! Wait, no, that can't be right. I've got to have some proof that will knock their socks off. We don't have all the time in the world here. Yes, Your Honor. Here's my proof that Jack Hammer stole the costume. Ah, damn. Crap. I thought it was onto something there. Come on. Sleeping pills? Take that. Whew, okay, this is it. An empty medicine bottle. I found this one on the table in the employee area. The same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? The defendant, Mr. Powers, spent that entire afternoon sleeping. He was drugged by Mr. Hammer. Wait a moment. That bottle does raise some suspicions, yes, but there is no proof that Mr. Hammer used it. Your Honor, I have an idea. Fingerprint the bottle? Because I think the traces would have been gone from Powers' blood anyway, and it still doesn't prove that Hammer used it. Because someone else could have, or, you know. But, fingerprint the bottle, I think. Yes. An idea? Very well, let's hear it. I want to check this bottle for fingerprints, because I've been so good at holding onto it and I haven't smudged any of them, because I'm a good ace attorney. Yes. If my claim is true, Mr. Hammer's fingerprint should show up on this bottle. That's honestly a really... That's not a guarantee, man. He could have worn gloves, he could have smudged them, you could have smudged them in your pocket. That's really, you know... Just saying, man. I suppose you're right. Very well, the court will take possession of the bottle. Empty bottle given to the judge. Cool. This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Cody Hackins' testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we previously thought. Right. The steel samurai seen by Miss Oldbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. Well, I mean, I think he was. I feel it's, not, outside the realm of possibility. The scene of the crime was not the Studio 1, but Studio 2, and those in the trailer did have time to commit murder. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Your homework is to find the answer to the following question. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the steel samurai costume? Also, who killed him and why? Simple stuff that's supposed to be police work, but it's apparently my job then. Find the answers for me by tomorrow. Right. Because the police won't do their job, apparently. Cool. That's a lot of homework. Mr. Edgeworth. You will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to reconsider your suspicion of Mr. Will Powers. As you say, Your Honor. This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Well, very well. The court is adjourned. October 19th, 2:47 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Well, we made it. Again. Phew. That was a close one. We were saved by a hair, but that's all that counts. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial. Me too. Really? You both seem so confident. Ha! Maybe I should take up a career in acting. I was ready to pronounce you dead about 3 times back there. Me too. That's really, it's right. Being all, yeah, oh boy. Oh boy. Dead? Oh, of course we were kidding. Oh, sure. Good humor there. Are you sure? I wasn't kidding. Now, Mr. Powers, we have to go make our final investigation, but I promise you we'll find the true killer by tomorrow's trial. Right, thanks. Cool. To be continued. And I continuously have some wiring problems here. It's a bit of an issue, but we'll make do. Save your progress. Yep, sure, let's roll. And let's keep on going. I feel good enough. I want to finish this. I hopefully get to in this sitting. October 19th, 3:37 p.m. Wright and Co-Law offices. That was a close one, huh, Mia? Really? It's too bad. I'm sorry I missed it. Maya? So what happened? Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive and proof. Wow, good going, Nick. Under the initial trial system, tomorrow is the last day we have. Initial trial? What's that? That's the new court system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. So under that system, trials have to end in 3 days? Yeah, pretty much. Well, we've no time to waste. Cool. I think there's no reason to, do this stuff here. Do you want the scrapbook? What do you think about this? Is that fanboy's prized possession. Wow, impressive! It's a little different from the Steel Samurai on TV. These are mostly taken at those PR shows they do at stores and fairs. I'm pretty sure it's not even Will Powers inside that suit. No true fan would be satisfied with anything less than the real thing. He's still a child, I suppose. I guess it takes an adult to appreciate the real deal, right, Nick? Yeah, whatever you say. Cool. Okay. Let's... Do we get to talk to Powers? Yep, I suppose we do. October 19th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Mr. Wright, you did very well again today, thank you. Oh, thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears? Wow, Nick, you must have really wowed him in there, and could you wipe that grin off your face? Hey, WP, only 1 day left. Let's make it count. Yes. Though there's not really anything I can do to help, but we can talk, for one. Haha, I'm not really sure what I can do either. Thanks, Maya. Please, this is no laughing matter. Okay. Producer Vasquez, could you tell me more about Miss Vasquez? Oh, the producer? She is well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and... And what? Nothing, forget it. Now is not the time for nothing, forget it, man. I've only heard rumors, anyhow. That's even more reason to tell me. Tell me. Director Manella. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manella? Oh, he used to be a minor straight-to-video director. But something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows the name Sal Manella. I hear he's pretty much at her beck and call, though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that. I can imagine him being at her beck and call, though I can't imagine him jumping. Okay, Mr. Hammer. I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? But then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, yes, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started in this business. But he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in the little productions at Global. How could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, that was right when Miss Vasquez came to Global. 5 years ago. Okay. Cool. Okay, fine. Back to the studio. Hi, Oldbag. How you been? October 19th, Global Studios main gate. The old windbag sure is quiet today. You know, this place is really peaceful like this.
Nick, I think your guard's down. Yeah? I bet we could even eat those donuts in the guard station if we wanted. You eat, you die. Whew, she's alive. Talk about Vasquez? I was wondering about Dee Vasquez, the producer. All the studio bigwigs love her, so she always gets her way. She seems bitter. Do you not like the producer? Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry. Okay, Manila then. Can I ask you about Salmonella the director? Sal, he's soft the pushover. Does whatever Vasquez tells him to. She treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it. Huh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? Doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick? No, it doesn't, Maya. Mr. Hammer. About Mr. Hammer. Ah! I hear about what you said today, cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer, you drag a star down from the sky and stomp on it. Calling him a criminal, a thief. I won't forget this. Uh-oh, she's really pissed this time. Listen to me, whippersnapper, my poor Lord Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal Powers' costume so he could sneak by me? He would never stoop so low, it's impossible. Well, you're not exactly the shining character witness here, so I wouldn't really trust a lot you have to say, so... we'll see. But that's really basically, like, I don't think there's anything really interesting to show her. She's huffing and puffing, it's fine. Okay, so just go by all the areas then. October 19th, Global Studios employee area. I guess they're not filming today either. I did want to see them filming just one time. This trial will be over and done by tomorrow. You can come see them film later. I guess. This is where you found that bottle of sleeping pills, right? Uh-huh. I wonder if there's any other clues lying around. Yarr! No touching. Hi, Gumshoe. Eek. Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you. Didn't mean, I almost had a heart attack. Heh, I guess I can be a little dramatic at times. Okay. I suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatique, indeed. Thank you. I felt it must be a bit of an intentional one. Or at least I hope so. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on that table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof. Well, do we get to help? The plate. So you're looking for traces of sleeping pills, how? Good question. For a thorough examination, I gotta take the plate back to the precinct. But I have the capabilities to make a cursory examination right here. Our science guy gave me some testing solution. This reacts to these sleeping pills. See if there are any traces, it'll change color. Wow, neat. Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for? Now, everything in due time, pal. Like now? Uh-huh. And? Well, the testing solution on the plate changed color, alright. So the food on this plate had been laced with sleeping pills. Looks like it. Okay. Cool. Investigation. How goes your investigation? To tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers, and some people think we should switch suspects. What do you think, Detective Gumshoe? Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. Okay, what about Prosecutor Edgeworth? How is Edgeworth doing anyway? Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He was in the waiting room and he crushed this paper cup with hot coffee in it. Whoa. Talk about burns, pal. Wow, the fury of Edgeworth. Yeah, crushing paper cups.
True. Cups. Bottles. What? Say, whatever happened with that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some good news for you about that. They found the victim, Jack Hammer's prints on the bottle. Oh, right. So that means... Yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right. There's Jack Hammer's fingerprints, thank you. Very good. Cool. Do you want to see anything, say, Mr. Monkeyhead? Okay, he knows nothing. Cool. Right. Okay, I don't see the immediate reason to What about the dressing room? Anyone there? Oh, hi, Penny. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess the WP won't be using it anymore, so... What? Why? But he's innocent. Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done, but this week is the last episode of the Steel Samurai. What? No! Ah! Okay, let's talk. Mr. Hammer. I was wondering if I could ask you about Mr. Hammer. Yes? On the day of the murder, he went to the Studio 2. Huh? I thought he went to Studio 1. He stole the Steel Samurai costume too. What? Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Yes? Oh. I guess the rumor must be true then. The rumor? Yeah. Miss Vasquez, that producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently. Some dirt? What dirt? Dirt, you know, bad stuff. I know what dirt means. About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set the way it was, too. The film set? Was that trailer part of the film set, then? Okay, last episode. What do you mean, the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. No! Also, I hear that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're going to make kids shows. They're not going to make kids shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided. Okay, studio policy. Why aren't they going to make kids shows anymore? The studio bigwigs don't want the Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget all that's ever happened. They want it quiet, you understand? How can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai? It's okay, I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. No, that can't be true. If the program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Nick, say something. Yeah. I think evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this. Scrapbook? Take that. And this is... A fan collected all of these photographs. The kids love the Steel Samurai. The show shouldn't be cancelled just so some adults can save face. I mean, does she have a say on the matter? Why is that a... I would think you would understand that better than anyone. You're right. Okay, but what can I do? I have no idea. Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me what it is that Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell me about this accident 5 years ago. Okay. Cool. Could you tell us what happened 5 years ago? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently 5 years ago, someone died and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Miss Vasquez, managed to hush it up. And that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer.
And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything Miss Vasquez asked him to do. But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public? Well, you know, Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I see. You know who knows more than about this? Miss Oldbag. She was here at the studios back then, you know. Thanks, we'll try asking her with, you know, limited results, but we'll see. If she'll talk. Cool. Oldbag, I have a bone to pick with you if you would like to have a word. Here goes. What, you're still slinking around? If you like the place so much, why don't you take over from me? The old windbag sure doesn't look good. Everybody's doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Who do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer. She's starting to froth at the mouth, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance. Cool. 5 years ago. I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago. Who told? Who did you hear that from? Nichols. Nichols? Nichols, Nick. Penny Nichols, that assistant we talked to. Really? I didn't remember her last name. Yep, that is exactly what it is. My bad. Right. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during filming with Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Whippersnappers! Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that, and the recently departed too, no less. I suppose you think it's fun? No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. And you claim that Hammer stole Powers' costume? You expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume. I mean, I have the sleeping pill residue on the plate. I'm sorry, Mr. Oldbag, but I do have proof. I can prove that Mr. Hammer stole Mr. Powers' costume. Sleeping pill bottle with the fingerprints and that, yeah. Probably either one. Here's my proof. What? What's a little empty bottle supposed to prove? It's a bottle of sleeping pills, with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it. Well, what does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Where's the proof that he used those pills on Mr. Powers? The plate. Take that. Mr. Powers ate a T-bone steak for lunch, correct? Well, yes, so? This is the plate that he used to eat that steak. There are traces of sleeping pill powders on the plate. I see. Poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul. Miss Oldbag? Okay, you win. I'll talk. I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it all in. Miss Oldbag. You're right. 5 years ago there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo, well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the mafia. Really? That's bad. She silenced that paparazzi. When we say mafia, are we talking about, like, the Yakuza? Or, like the Italian descent mafia of, like, you know, or what? That was the beginning, because I'm still like, where are we really? After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. I see. But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone. Miss Oldbag? Hold on a minute. Poor Miss Oldbag. Oh well. Here, take this. A photograph? Wait a second. This is the picture.
Is this the trailer in Studio 2? Looks like it.
Hammer was supposed to fight with a bad guy on top of those stairs there. He pushed the other actor and the man fell onto the flower box fence.
But how did you get this?
It was a long time ago. I don't feel much like talking about it.
I understand. 5-year-old photo. Shows an accident involving Jack Hammer. Cool.
We made progress, people. Right.
So... okay. So apparently Vasquez still wears mostly the same thing 5 years later, you know? Well, lady knows what she likes to wear, I think. It seems then. Whatever that means. Okay. Start going places? October 19th, Studio 1 entrance.
Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder. Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume. Then he left from here to go to Studio 2?
Right.
But why? I wonder if someone called him, like the director or the producer?
No. I can't go to Studio 1 anymore, but probably because I lost the key card to Oldbag. So, Studio 2 it is.
Hi, Vasquez. I think you may have been a bad person, and you still probably are.
October 19th, Studio 2 entrance.
Hey, Nick, it's Miss Vasquez. Hello? Hello? Hello.
Maya, you should at least try to be polite. I'm watching the clouds. That's all she had to say, apparently. Cool.
Mr. Hammer. Excuse me, Mr. Hammer came here on the day of the murder and...
Shh. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you.
Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off.
Oh dear.
Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai.
I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai.
You did it. Nick, she did it. She's the killer. My Fey blood speaks to me. I know it.
Oh dear. What about the director? I was wondering if you would tell me about Mr. Manella. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer. By yourselves. Oh dear. Okay, well, let's get to the chase. Like the good, unassuming ace attorneys we are. Let's show her the photo. Doop 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 doo. She's not even looking. Where? What? Where did you get that? Oldbag. Old?
She means the security lady, Miss Oldbag, Nick. I know.
Right, anyway. Miss Vasquez, you hid this incident from the press, didn't you? And you used it to control Mr. Hammer. The wind. Huh? It's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. Your conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more, inside the trailer. Cool.
Nick, she went inside the trailer.
Well, let's follow her, unassumingly, because, what's the worst that could happen, right? Right. You came. We sure did, because we
Nothing bad's gonna happen. Yes, that's how this works, right?
Well then, what was that you were talking about? Why is she eager to talk all of a sudden? Miss Vasquez, you were using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kids shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now.
Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? I mean, sure it was an accident, but you used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star.
Oh. I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord.
But you were the cause. You pressured him. And to think I was just an accident.
Excuse me. What is this all about? You keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure?
What do you mean?
Must I spell everything out for you? Think, what would it be if it wasn't an accident?
Murder?
No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? That is what I mean.
Is that sweat on the cheek? Why?
Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? I mean, maybe if you manipulated him correctly. And I ran him hard, believe you me.
But the security lady said it was an accident.
Oh, well, she was a big fan of Hammers, you see. She jumped on the reporter who brought that photo to the studio. She wrenched it out of his hands, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. So that's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy. But he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me, now.
What is valuable evidence?
Boys?
Hi, boys. Well, that escalated quickly. Who are they?
Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Who would you like to be erased?
What?
The trial ends tomorrow? How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it.
Tell me why.
Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt, no? Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all? I'm sure you have plenty of time to think about that where you're going. So long, friends. Boys, erase away.
No!
Hold it right there. I heard everything, pal. D. Vasquez, you're coming down the precinct with me now.
Gumshoe to the rescue!
Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it.
Yay!
Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing.
Detective Gumshoe. Thank you. I was really scared.
Huh? Don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job.
I like Gumshoe. He's fun. Detective Gumshoe?
Sorry, it's just I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Okay, I got one more job to do today. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon.
Well, we made progress and Gumshoe saved the day. Or at least us, yes. Well, Nick, it looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this.
And who's at the bottom? D. Vasquez.
Whew, So, we have made progress! Yay! Awesome! Save progress, yes, we've made good. And I think there's still one more trial day to go, and I'm gonna power through that, I think. I feel good about it. October 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Here we go. Court's now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Today will be the final day of this trial. I hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. He claims that the scene of the crime was in fact Studio 2. Today, I will call on people present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear. Very well. Edgeworth seems a bit on edge today. Haha, Edgeworth on edge, yes. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls Miss D. Vasquez to the stand. Miss D. Vasquez is a producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Hi, lady, who's really, evil. Will the witness state her name and occupation? I would guess she won't. Oh, well, D. Vasquez, I'm a producer for Global Studios. On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer in Studio 2. As everyone here knows, yes? I dislike needless banter. If you must pontificate, do it when I'm not here. Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder. Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay. Right. If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. Here we go, day of the murder. I entered the trailer row a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 sharp. It ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all. And that's bullshit. I have a question about one part of your testimony. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you, the van. There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk with that monkey's head toppling over. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. There's the final battle, Nick. Let's do it. Okay, now I'm still confused about how the monkey head, do they still drive back and forth? That's the weird part I can't quite... Okay. Trailer noon. Meeting at 12. Ended at 4. Rehearsal afterwards to Studio 1. .2:30 15-minute break. Yeah. Well, Nick, find anything? I kind of wish she'd said a little more. It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss. But I'm sure you'll find some kind of contradiction in what she said, somewhere. I'm gonna stop pressing because I don't know. Hold it. By yourself? Yes. And why didn't you stop in the employee area? No. Are you always this terse? Yes. Oh dear. The meeting began at 12 sharp, ended at 4. Hold it. Did no one leave during the meeting? No one.
come on, let's talk a bit more about that. Objection! The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation. Stop interrupting the testimony. I will not. The same could be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. And please stop banging on your little desk, it hurts my ears. Okay, rehearsal afterwards, went to Studio 1. Hold it! And when exactly was that? I've forgotten. Sure. Maybe you could try remembering? No. The meeting ended at 4 and the rehearsal was scheduled for 5. I would think it was between those times. You would think? Come on, all you did was state the obvious, Edgeworth. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. Hold it! Hold on. You had Sal take you, what does that mean? It means what I just said. I had Sal take me in the Studio 2 van. Oh, right. At 2:30, 15-minute break. Hold it! And what were you doing during that time? Don't hit your desk. It irritates me. Yeah, Mr. Wright, and while hitting the desk. Oops. It was a 15-minute break. 8 T-bone steaks. Hold it. Do you have someone who can verify this? Sal. No, I mean someone else. One person is enough. If she committed murder during that break, she wouldn't have had time to eat T-bone steak. If I had some evidence to prove that she didn't eat that steak... Really? Prove she didn't eat steak. Okay, time to save scum, because I am kind of unsure about this one. In fact, I'm really unsure about this one. Okay. Proof that she didn't eat steak. That has to be, because that's a pretty clear hint on that direction, so... I don't think the autopsy report is that. No, not the Powers photo. Or the, again, it's not Powers. It's Hammer or yeah. Guide map. Nah. Spear. I don't know. Because this is a different plate. This is the plate in the employee area, involving Powers and Hammer and that. That's a completely different thing. Like, I'm trying to remember the plates, and I don't remember bones on the plate, but I don't have like a piece of evidence talking about the bones in the, like, I don't, like, that plate is not in my evidence. This is the closest thing I have to that, but again, if I present the wrong thing here in any place, if I present the wrong evidence in basically any spot in the trial, I lose health, and lose enough health, and it's over. But like, and that's, I'm guessing this one. I don't see anything else because I gotta do something here. I would love to have the other plate as evidence, as an evidence item, and I'm not exactly a fan of the notion of this being the evidence I have to use. I would, if this is right, I'm calling this one a kind of a bad leap of logic, because there's no evidence in the inventory of her plate, which would be a different thing. Especially because this is about the sleeping pills and that sort of thing. It's an unclear leap of logic That's a bit unfair to expect, I think. Objection! And it's correct, yeah. That's a bad leap. Again, the second bad leap in the game so far, in my opinion. That's a bad one. But again, I love the game. I love the series too. Just individual bad things, I'll point them out. As I, as, as I thought, you claim you ate a T-bone steak. But I say you did not. What's this now, Mr. Wright? Look at this. And again, I remember that I have a memory from yesterday playing this that there wasn't bones in the plate. And even that isn't in the court record. So that's a detail you have to just remember from your mind, which is, I mean, it's a detective game partly, sure, but the court record so far is the place that holds all the information, and this time it doesn't. It's a kind of, that's a bad leap in many ways, I think. Look at this. It's a plate. This plate was on the table in the employee area. As you can see, a large bone has been left behind. Mr. Wright, I need to remind you it was a T-bone steak. Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Miss Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate at the table outside the trailer. Yep, and there was no bone, yet there were no bones left on the plates. The plates were bare. Miss Vasquez? Tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone? I think I know how. You didn't eat steak. You didn't eat any steak during that break. You took your steak and threw it somewhere, like that incinerator. I see. Then what was Miss Vasquez doing during her break? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? Meeting the Steel Samurai. Has to be, right? She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. Order. Are you saying? Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Yes, very much I'm saying. She's the baddie. As Miss Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak, she ran into the Steel Samurai. And then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous? That's the name of the game, man. That's what we gotta do sometimes here. Objection! What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright? Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it? Yes. Fascinating. And here I was worrying that today would be as boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have a battle of wits, you and I. Any day, Vasquez. Good luck, Nick. Let's see. What was that murder weapon again? Oh yes, the samurai spear. Yes. I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. Well, for one, you have thugs to use the spear with, and number two, you already have... I'm still wondering if we know for a fact that the spear was the murder weapon. Like, do we have, like, forensic evidence of it fitting the... Because there's the spikes in the fence there, where they met, right? So, you know... Boom. And then just plant the spear? Or something? How could I possibly use that heavy spear as a weapon? You couldn't, could you? Because the fence, right? Right. I think you would have a great deal of difficulty using that as a weapon. Pretty much anyone would. So the fence or the mobsters? Ha! You see? Yes. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning? the samurai spear was not the murder weapon. That's actually... We've never really established that, because even if it says the murder weapon, unless someone has proved that it is the murder weapon, you shouldn't always trust, you should doubt the info you get on these a bit. A bit. What? What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body. Yeah, that's not a... That means nothing. I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove that the samurai spear was not used as the murder weapon. Okay. Well, there's two reasons. One, defense. Second, I've been wondering the whole case about the duct tape with the spear, right? So there's two options. I gotta save the game because one of them could be wrong. Or one of them is wrong, but I can't save the game. Crap. Okay. Oh boy. I don't know which one it is. Because both are valid options. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this problem because both are really good reasons. One, that the fence is the actual murder weapon. Second, that there's a break in the thing with duct tape. You know? Like, how strong of a duct tape are we talking here? Like industrial or just, basic? I don't know. And even then, I don't know if it's a... Yeah, I don't know. And I'm kind of worried about... Well, I've been talking about the duct tape, okay, so I'm gonna just take that. I present my proof, the so-called murder weapon. But that is the murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that the spear broke during the morning action scene run-through. But someone fixed the spear. It was the security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me, how is it possible for someone to stab a man who is wearing a thick costume with this through the chest? I mean, one would think that the police or the prosecution would realize that. Like Edgeworth is not an idiot. So, Order. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? I just told you, Miles. Edgy, come on. Edgy Poo, listen. Edgy Poo, come on, just no. Think, Edgy Poo, think, Edgy. Edgy Poo, think. Yes. Thought. Logic. I've played your game, Miles Edgeworth, in Investigations. You have a logic button on the game there. You just press the button and just logic happens. Yes? Logic. Ugh. Think about what you're... Silence. I'm the one testifying here and I will be heard. Ugh. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? If the samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell what was. How about anything pointy? Anything pointy. Come on. Get on with the program here. How was Hammer killed? Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us what weapon was used? Sure, I can guess the fence, but I can tell you the fence, but would I make a claim like that if I couldn't tell you what the weapon was? Actually, yes, you would, because it couldn't have been the spear. That's the entire, the point. Beyond that, it's the prosecution's or whoever's point to find the actual murder weapon, not mine.
Like, I can make an educated guess with the fence, but again, that should be like a pretty big hole already. Like, we're on the 4th day of doing this shit, and we're now in the moment of like just we're like in 4 days, and the entire police force and the prosecution, including the prodigy genius Miles Edgeworth, they all like, well, yeah, this spear is the murder weapon because we found it next to the body, even though it has just duct tape in it and couldn't be used as a weapon. Ugh. The police are idiots here, come on. And Edgeworth, you're not that dumb. You've really, like, in every single scenario after this, Edgeworth is really smart. Well, maybe not in the exact next case still, but everything beyond that, you know? Ugh. Ugh. I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright. I would actually contest that. In my playthrough so far, I don't think I've made any mistakes. Not even one, I think. So, judge. What are you insinuating here? Well, very well. Let's see its murder weapon then. 5-year-old photo, go. Take that. Look at this photo. What is this? Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. Order, order. If I cannot have ordered, this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is this all about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. There was an unfortunate accident at Global Studios. This is a photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it. See the fallen man in this photo. See how the fence post pierced him through the chest. What? Are you saying? Yes. What happened 5 years ago has happened again. Mr. Wright, continue. It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Miss D. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio 2 trailer. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. Though whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say. Haha. In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die 5 years ago. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Ho ho, very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my scriptwriting staff. You deny that what I say is true? Mr. Wright, let's say for the sake of argument that Mr. Hammer died at the trailer as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio 1, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio 1 and returned to the trailer all in the space of a 15-minute break? How could I have disposed of the body? You have the director, you have the mobsters, you have a van. I'm still wondering about, like, can we drive to the studio in between with the monkey head, but still. Something she didn't mention, so... Again, the monkey head is what's really throwing me off here. Because supposedly that blocks the path to the scene of the crime before the murder. Because it was 2:30, right? Unless the time of death is just wrong. Which, I mean, we've had
updated autopsy reports before, so, you know. The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death, then carried to the Studio 1 and placed inside his costume? There wasn't enough time. Indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, how could she have dealt with the body? She alone couldn't move it, but another way for sure. What if she had another way to carry the body, other than with her own hands? Well, there was the van, and the mobster bruisers, and the director. For instance? Actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry the body. Interesting. Let's hear it then. Mr. Wright, please show us how she carried the body. Do we have a picture of the van? Yes, we do. Take that. Miss Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio 1, and you used the studio van to do it. Recall your testimony. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. There was a van there, right? I had Sal drive me. You used the van to carry the body to Studio 1. Then, before everyone else got there, you put the body into the magistrate costume. Objection! Hold on, Wright. Don't forget it was Sal Manila that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manila was a conspirator? Yes. Of course Sal Manila has to have been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put into the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done that alone. Well, that or the mobster friends. We just saw 4 of them. You know? But still. Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of the steel samurai costume. They had to because it was covered in Mr. Hammer's blood. They probably burned it in the incinerator if they can. Maybe. Yes. Exactly. Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? Ha ha. No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. I lose, you win. It was fun. I win? So, what happens next? Don't question mark me. Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? Huh. I lost something like that. I mean, she did, right? I just said that. Wait, so you mean D. Vasquez, so it was you. I mean, you killed Jack Hammer. Yes, we reached the conclusion, yes. Who can say? Well, you can, and I just did, and so yeah. Huh? Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright, we just engaged in a battle of wits, and the result of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer. Right. But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright. What? Let's see here. Order. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Of course, it's as the witness says. Certainly, it does seem very likely she did it, but there's no proof. Edgeworth isn't sure. Now it gets interesting. Well, I came here as a witness today. If you've no more questions, I'll be leaving. What do I do now? I mean, she did it, I think. But testify again is maybe a better way to try to catch her on something. I don't know. Testify again, Vasquez. I'd like you to testify again. Testify again? Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before, the truth, Mr. Wright. I've already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers. A waste of time. Damn. To come so far only to fail. As it seems there are no further questions, I would like to end the cross-examination of the witness, Miss Vasquez. Objection! Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. I see, very well. Objection! Your Honor, I request that the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want to hear her testify about? Well, yes, Indeed. Verily I say, ergo. I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body? Very well. The witness will testify to the court concerning this matter. Nick, why did Edgeworth... Who knows? He probably realized she did it too. But wasn't he the one that said he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that. Edgeworth. Character development. Edgeworth is less of an ass now, for some reason. After finding the body. Here we go. I was with Sal and Oldbag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too, only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police. Then Powers showed up. The security lady, Oldbag, was quite agitated, pointing at Powers saying he did it. I asked it to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Then I went home. Wasn't the script in the Studio One though? Or is it a different script? I see no issues raised by this testimony. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Okay, Nick, we're so close, real close. She may be acting tough now, but if you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find the key you need and twist the truth out of her, Nick. Right. Will do. After finding the body. Okay. I can try the script once, but basically I'm probably gonna just press everything. Hold it! The script and your direction notes. Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen. No, I guess not. Press harder. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio 1 for a rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder after all. Who could think of rehearsing after that? Oh yeah, I guess. No, because now she's still saying that they found the body in Studio 1 and she had to go there from Studio 2. Ergo, she would have had to assume that the rehearsal was still going on or gonna happen when she was going there. So she would have had them on her then. Very well, Miss Vasquez, please continue. Objection! Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement. Haha. Is it the thing I was wondering about, though? Let's see. Huh? Think. Miss Vasquez said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She would have had to know about the murder before going to Studio 1. Exactly. Damn straight. Order, order. Mr. Edgeworth. What you have just said is a reasonable observation. Damn straight it is. Ha 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 ha. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. To find the truth, you judge. You judge? Mr. Judge, whose name I don't think ever comes up. It's just the judge. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense? To defense. I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Miss Vasquez, do you have an explanation? I can't believe Edgeworth is helping me. I mean, his job is, you know, in the end to reach the truth, right? Or in a perfect world it should be, so... So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense. What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there would be no rehearsal. Very well, the witness will change her testimony to reflect the reason. I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind. Hammer was injured. When? What? I mean, he was dead, but there's been no mention of Hammer's injury so far. Hold it. How did you know about the injury? How did I know? Sal. He told me. Sal, the director. You have to find something to peg this on her here, or everything we've done till now will have been wasted. I believe in you, Nick. Go get him. Just hold the phone here, because again, Hammer wasn't injured. It was the other one. Powers was injured in the action scene rehearsal thingamabob. Not Hammer. So what's the evidence to do that then? Okay. Let's just try to straighten this out here. It can't be the van, that's not gonna help. Steak plate, no. Sleeping pills, no. 5-year-old photo. I don't think we're talking about an injury 5 years ago, and that was also a different thing anyway. Camera, no. Path to Glory, no.
Monkey head? Again, the monkey head confuses me with the driving because, like, again, I don't understand at this point, like, how do they keep going back and forth between the studios with the monkey head in the spot? How does that work? Let's see here. Dragging one leg, that's the closest thing so far, because the samurai spear is broken, but it doesn't mention the injury in the actual item, even though that's sort of, like, related. So the closest things I have here are Powers photo and samurai spear. I'm gonna go with the photo, I'm just gonna hope it's correct. Objection! You knew that Hammer was injured. Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Yes, Mr. Hammer is dragging his leg in this photo. But that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. Right, the run-through, not rehearsal, but run-through, right. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured? I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right, he must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manella was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Miss Vasquez, you saw Hammer limping. Actually, you didn't hear anything from Mr. Manella. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Yes, but wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured? Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer has been dragging his... Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Ah! And when was he doing this? Well, it would have to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2, where he was murdered. Exactly. Miss Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. And Mr. Hammer was in that Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. Ah. Order, order, I will have order. Witness. Can you refute this claim? Yeah, let's see you sneak your way out of this one, Vasquez. Come on. Very well. I have a question for you. Why are the real killers always so persistent? Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing. Yes, you would need a motive, but neither... Powers also never had a motive, and you've been on him all this time. So... Why would she have killed the victim? If there is a reason, it is unclear to this court. Does the defense have anything to say on the matter? In other words, can you prove she had a motive? The thing is that the answer is not always yes, I can prove it. It might not be the answer. Because sometimes the correct answer is no, I can't. I know cases where I can't place where those situations are, but sometimes the correct answer is nope, I can't prove anything, sorry. I don't know. Like, the closest thing I feel like I have is the 5-year-old photo, but... like... that's a leap of logic I can't... like... that's the closest thing, but it could really be not a thing. I can't. I don't think I can prove it. I don't think so. And again, you know, just saves come in because that's the only way to play in some cases. I don't think I can prove it. Nick, no! Saying you can't prove it now would be admitting defeat. Chuck it away! But what proof could I possibly have? I don't care if it's impossible, you still have to fight this one. Ugh. Okay. I have proof and I'll show it. Okay, fine, it didn't even matter, but sometimes it does. Sometimes you can say, I have proof, and it'll just, you don't have and you just get penalties. That has happened, I know it can happen. Like, in the games, like, it has happened to me because I've beaten the games before, I just don't remember the specifics anymore. I present to the court evidence as to Miss Vasquez's motive in this murder. Okay, I'm gonna, just again, the closest thing is gonna be the photo. What else is there? It's the only thing even, like, vaguely related to anything here. Take that. This is my proof. This is the photo from before. This photo reveals that the motive in this murder... reveals the motive in this murder. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With the Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial, it began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall, his fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly it was a constant source of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. It almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have? Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have no reason to kill Hammer. He was a good source of income to me. And I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine. Mr. Wright, please explain Miss Vasquez's motive for murder. She had no motive. I think Hammer went to kill her. She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense. What's that now? It's simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez. There we go. That's gotta be it. What? What? Your Honor, Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill D. Vasquez, who had so cruelly taken advantage of him all those years. I think I got it right. So you did do it, didn't you? Yes. I am guilty. It was me. Someone call an ambulance. There's blood everywhere. We're too late. Ah, Miss Vasquez.
What? What happened here? Manuel fell from the trailer stairs. I can't see who's saying what, so just read. Manuel! Miss Vasquez, please try to remain calm. No, how could this... It was an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No, Manuel! Don't touch him! Miss Vasquez! No! Please don't die. Please. Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose again. Mr. Edgeworth, where's D. Vasquez? In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever. I see. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. I thank you, Your Honor. I think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so is only natural, not a miracle. Haha. Yes, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty. Yay! Did a good. Woo! That is all. This court is adjourned. October 20th, 1:12 p.m. District Court to Defendant Lobby number 3. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I now know that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. It's bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez, but to think that he tried to frame me for the murder. It makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna save because it might not let me, because I don't remember if I have to present stuff here. Huh? Tell me, why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me? Okay, show evidence. Okay, do I have any... I'm not sure I have anything. I mean, the closest thing is like the scrapbook, like, you know, he was jealous, but I don't know. Let's try that. Well, this is what I think. Mr. Hammer wanted to put the blame on you because of the scrapbook? Take that. It's because you were the Steel Samurai. Because I was a Steel Samurai? Mr. Hammer was a big star once, but he was reduced to acting in a kids show and is the villain to boot. The kids loved the Steel Samurai, and so he hated you. I think I understand. He could have just told me. I would have changed places with him anytime. I think you're missing the point. Thank you. I'm just glad it's all over. So am I. Congratulations, WP. Oh, haha. Thanks to you, I'll be able to don the Steel Samurai outfit once more. I can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... Right. They're gonna, you know... Is something wrong? No, of course not. Ah! Nick Edgeworth. Hi, Edgy. How's it rolling? A lot of ellipses silence going on. Say something, right? I'm not good at small talk. Huh? What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. You don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away if you hadn't stepped in. Pleased to meet you. I'm Powers. Edgeworth. I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers.
Development. Edgeworth is a huge Steel Samurai fan. Ha 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 ha. Lol. Liar. Right. I must say I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Don't be so gloomy, man, come on. Thanks to you, I'm saddled with unnecessary feelings. That's how humanity's supposed to work. There's feelings sometimes. Just lighten up, man. Unnecessary feelings? Yes. Unease and uncertainty. Aren't those kind of necessary? They only serve to get in my way. You listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you. Yeah, we'll see. Mr. Wright. Was that guy your friend? What? Friends? As if. They're rivals, right, Nick? For now we are, I guess. Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick, tell me, what's the deal with you and Edgeworth? And so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite a stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to making kids shows again. Pink Princess. Nick, this is it. The new show starts today. You're going to watch it with me, right? I'll admit, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it. You have to buy trading cards too, okay? You have to trade with Cody and that assistant. Fine, I'll do it. Isn't it great that WP gets to play the lead again? I wonder if they'll show his real face this time. Lead as in lead in the pink print. I don't know. I don't think the world is ready for the real Will Powers. Huh. Well, are they insinuating that Will Powers is playing the Pink Princess? That's interesting. Turnabout Samurai. Yay! We made progress. Brand new episode has been added. Well, but I think that's gonna be it for this one. I hope you've enjoyed this case. My thought process is that I'll do the next case as well, and that will be the end of at least the like original canon of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, because the fifth case is a bonus thing only for the DS game and then things after that, which is in this game, but it is sort of fast and loose with the lore, which is sort of like, well, the canon, in that the timeline doesn't quite exactly work, so sorta, but yeah. But I do hope you've enjoyed this, and if you're watching this on YouTube, please do drop a like or a comment, or especially subscribe or share, because it would really truly help, because I'm trying to get this, little by little grow this little hobby I'm doing. And on Twitter I'm at Creostix, and indeed on Twitch, while I'm doing this live right now, I'm Creostix. I'll put the link in the description on the YouTube video, and please do just come over there, drop a follow, because that would absolutely help. And it would help a whole bunch, and it would like save my day, if you will. But I do hope you've enjoyed this, and I will see you again next time.